Good morning, good morning, good morning. This is day 3 of the Black Pride Virtual Weekend. We are the co-founders of Us Giving Richmond Connections, UGRC, the host of Black Pride RVA. And we're going to take this time to introduce ourselves. And we'll start with the person in the gray shirt.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to our virtual Black Pride. My name is Cheesy. I am a co-founder of UGRC Black Pride and also the chairperson for Black Pride this year.
And my name is Zakia McKenzie. I'm one of the co-founding members of UGRC, which produces Black Pride, and I'm happy to be here this morning.
And I am Lisette Cross. I am the co-founder and acting in role of Executive Director of UGRC Black Pride. And we are excited to be here to kick off what is our twist on the highlight of our weekend, which is the Day of Purpose. And really, the history of the Day of Purpose and what brings us to this moment is thinking back to when we were planning our inaugural Black Pride, so going all the way back to 2017, and knowing that we wanted to have a festival day, a day that was full of all the things that we know prides to be known for, right? So we wanted to ensure that we have good food. We wanted to have good information from health nonprofits and other people that want to support our well-being as Black LGBTQ folks. We also wanted to ensure that we had some education and entertainment. And thus, the whole Day of Purpose began because it was grounded in this idea that we always, in the history of Black prides existing, wanted to be a party with a purpose. And our purpose for the Day of Purpose was to ensure that we could create a family friendly experience that did all the things that festivals do for us, but also allowed for space for learning together and celebrating together local artists, our local performers, and all the things that make us fabulous as Black and LGBTQ folks in greater Richmond and beyond. It really is our flagship day. And so we are going to just do a quick chat this morning, and I'm going to ask Zakia if she would share how does it feel to be hosting our third annual Day of Purpose?
Um, Sitting back, thinking back when we were in Torrance or Terrence or however, potato. Um, how we were, really brainstorming about the need for Black Pride and what that would look like. And so to be celebrating the third year is pretty awesome and amazing. Big ups and shout out and thank you to the team that really does all the work to help make it happen. But to see it come to fruition, especially last year, the turnout that we had and the things that happened, and just us navigating through COVID-19 and figuring out ways to still be prideful through the pandemic. It's amazing to be here today. I'm excited to see where it's going to go in the future. And just thank you to the whole team and the board for just all the work that they're doing to put on the event.
Thank you so much, Zakia. We want to ask you this one last question as we keep thinking about our Day of Purpose. What is your favorite aspect of the Day of Purpose? Because what folks don't know is that not only in our inaugural year, but last year you were our entertainment coordinator, captain, diva who made sure that we had entertainment on lock. So what is your favorite aspect of the Day of Purpose?
Um, That's a hard question. Like the whole day is like pretty awesome. From the educational components to the vendors to the entertainment. So I can't just really pick one point. I would say that the whole day is pretty awesome, and one of the things that I'm like most excited about. Um, but like the whole thing, just seeing it to come to fruition, the whole entire thing. I just wish that we were able to like be in community today and not be virtual because I was so looking forward to like the weekend with Sophia and laughing with her in person. Um, but like just the fact that we're able to still exist and still be present and still be prideful with one another virtually, I'm still excited. But like the whole educational components, the entertainment vendors, like I said, all of that, I was excited about all of that. So yeah, not just one thing I can pick out, all of it.
It is indeed an experience. So thank you again for that, Zakia, and for being there at the beginning as a co-founder of UGRC. And so, Cheesy, you have the pleasure of being the 2020 Black Pride RVA planning chairperson. You have been the guiding force and ushering all of us together through what this moment is. So I have to ask you the same question, right? How, as a co-founder, how does it feel to be hosting our third annual Day of Purpose?
So for me, this is amazing. Our third year together, as we continue to strive to give our Black community um, what we feel they need, they want. We listen to them. We have an amazing team behind the scenes that, not saying it's always easy, but we are a family. We work very hard to do this and to bring it to our community, something that we felt that was much needed in Richmond, definitely needed in Richmond. And as we go through this pandemic and as we go through the Black Lives Matter movement, we see more and more that what we have set out to do, that our work will continue, and it is definitely needed in our community.
What an amazing response. We really do appreciate your leadership of the team and your reflections as a co founder. So, my other question for you is that given all that is going on in the world that really inspired and almost just pushed us to have to go virtual, what are you most excited about with today's virtual Day of Purpose?
I'm just excited about everything. Um, I'm in agreement with Zakia. Just seeing it come together and knowing the hard work that the Black Pride Committee, Planning Committee has put in, it just seeing it to come together, our education, our vendors, and we still get to dance a little bit tonight. So it's just the overall project itself. Um, just seeing it come together and know how hard the team has worked and just to present this to everyone.
In true cheesy fashion, y'all, it is nothing but love and excitement. So I want to make sure that we give a shout out to the Black Pride 2020 planning team. I'm going to holla out their names. There's Natasha and Ari and Larry and John, Terrence and Michael and Tariq and Dooney and Sam and Abana and Karantama and Cheesy and me. And I think that's all the peoples. If I
Zakia,
miss, yes, as Ikea and
And
Anthony, um, yes, and Anthony, and who else? This is why I should have wrote this part down. I done wrote down everything else. I decided I was gonna do this off the top. So we just, yeah, we got Sam, Uncle Sam. Just want to make sure that we name the people that many of you watching this or will watch it later don't get to see. JD, these are the folks who are part of actually putting in the hours, the blood, sweat, tears, laughter, the fussing, the fighting and love that makes this, to Zakia and Cheesy's point, that makes today's Day of Purpose an experience. So thank them so much. Zakia and Cheesy, it is always good to sit back and think how far we've come from that conversation we had in 2016 to where we are today. Want to just give y'all space to offer any last words as we transition into the next part of today's Day of Purpose. Any words, Zakia?
so I would say that just thank you to everybody for tuning in today. I hope that you enjoy what UGRC and Black Pride has put together for our Pride celebration this year. Remember to stay safe, wash your hands, and in that Black Lives Matter, remember that all lives matter, and specifically trans lives.
amen. And
Cheesy?
I would like to say once again, thank you. Thanks to our community for supporting us and to continue to support us. Um, and during the time of this pandemic, you know, we are delighted and we're so happy to bring a virtual Black Pride. So we will see you next year and hopefully it will be live, but I hope you enjoyed everything that we have put together for you for this weekend.
So thank you so much. I echo everything that our co-founders have said, and my kind of parting words are just remember that UGRC is exists to foster healthy connections in the Black LGBTQ community through education, empowerment, and social engagement. So this is what we do. This we do it because we love the people and we believe that our voice and our lives matter. And our movement, our moment has turned into a movement, and that's been our hashtag for 2020. Hashtag moment to movement. So we invite you to stay tuned and connected because we are now, as part of our virtual education experience, going to replay our webinar, What is a Black Political Agenda? This is the conversation that features Chelsea Higgs Wise, who was an inaugural Root Award winner for her social justice work. Alan Charles Chipman, who is currently a candidate for Richmond City Council in the 6th District, and Alexis Rogers, who is our 2020 Rodney Lofton Social Justice Awardee and who is currently a mayoral candidate for the city of Richmond. We invite you to grab your coffee, your beverages, maybe you're still making breakfast as we replay this webinar, and then make sure you stay with us because the Black Pride Marketplace featuring Miss Sophia, who is funny as all get out. So come learn about Black businesses, come be entertained, come and celebrate this moment to movement. So that folks can engage the conversation with us. As folks are doing that, I'm going to do just a brief introduction of who we are, what we're doing, and then Natasha is going to lead us in beginning to kick off the conversation, which is going to be good. So, of course, my screen. So anyway, my screen sharing is disabled, which is fine because we as Black Pride RVA have had a lot of stuff. So I'm gonna kick it to Natasha, and we're gonna get started with the questions.
All right. Well, hello everyone. Thank you so much again, Alexis, Alan, Charles, Chelsea, for being with us tonight. We really appreciate your presence here and talking about the Black political agenda. So with the climate that we're in now, we all know that this is front of mind for a lot of people, and we want to start the discussion, or at least have the discussion about what that means for Richmond. So to get started, I think it's good to start with some context around what a Black political agenda looks like. So I'm going to ask you guys first, what is a political agenda? If you guys could define that for us. Um, I'll start with you, Chelsea.
Great. Thank you so much for having this and putting this together. Thank you for having me. I was really excited to be here. And to get to your question about what is a political agenda, for us, it is actually the laid out plan of what an org or a person, a representative, is going to take to whatever body is discussing the legislation, whether that be city council, whether that be the General Assembly on the state level, but it is actually a written out syllabus almost to what the plan is of what they want to do and what changes they want to make. And that comes in the form of bills and legislation. So a political agenda is something that is very much targeted, with a plan, with outcomes that you can talk about, but mostly really contains the bills that we want to move forward with. I'd love to share and hear what my co-panelists also have to say, definitely, as two candidates here.
Absolutely. How about you, Alan Charles?
Sure. So me, I'm more of a student of history, and so one of the books that I think is really pertinent in this time is Black Power and the Politics of Liberation. And I think it's very important to talk about just what political power has done. Kwame Ture says that political power is psychological control over the minds of men, and that this control can show up in our politics by an attempt of people from oppressive systems to have their definitions, their historical descriptions, and I guess their feasibility for what is possible placed on people. And so I think the first part of having a political agenda as well is making sure that our imaginations are not policed or limited, or to work under the guise as if we are building something that hasn't been built. But when you understand the power of Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, or even back to Reconstruction, that we are rebuilding what was broken down. So a political agenda has to be focused on what are the demands that we need, building the power and with politicians, whether it's even electing the people that we know will stand by what we need, and then having the mobilization and the organization long term to be able to bring people, demonstrate power, and then push for those results that we need.
Just to expand upon our imagination of how we advance a political agenda, policy is really important. Someone who often finds myself in the weeds of code and ordinances and legislation, but that's not the only way that we can advance a political agenda. And so, I know many of you might be aware of or involved in our local Human Rights Commission. They are also very important when it comes to governing our city, and kind of the ideas that we want to move forward from a political basis. So we have to be careful to look at every possible avenue that we can advance our political agenda, whether that's a regulatory or administrative, executive kind of action, whether that's a legislative action. Judicial opinions are also important. So making sure that we're being very intentional and thoughtful about how we can advance our political agenda through various means, and that takes some very intentional and concerted efforts.
Thank you all. Thank you all for those answers. I think that's a good jumping off point. So what about this moment? Do you think brought about the need for having a Black political agenda? And I'll start with you, Alexis.
Yeah. So 2 weeks ago, well, I will start with, we've long needed a Black political agenda, and I think many folks have contributed in various ways to advancing a Black political agenda here in the city and across the state. 2 weeks ago, I woke up to calls from a friend that one of my friends had gone missing, and it was likely because she had been arrested after the protests. And that was really frightening. And as it turns out, she was one of the 233 folks who were arrested, zip tied, left on a bus overnight with no food, no water, just treated completely inhumane. And when I think about the city that I want to live in, the place that I want to call home, none of those things come to mind, right? And so when we talk about wanting to make sure that we're advancing a Black political agenda, we have to draw upon the years, right, of experience that our foremothers and forefathers, before people have carried with us. They've certainly struggled with some of the same inhumane treatment that we're still seeing in our streets today. But we know that right now the weight is even heavier than ever, and that we have to fight like hell to make sure that every person is treated with dignity and respect. And so, 2 weeks ago, I felt this stronger urge just because of the completely inhumane and undignified way that so many Richmonders were treated. But I would say it's definitely long past time that we have an intentional effort to create a Richmond that's for all of us, and one that centers the experiences of Black folks.
How about you, Alan Charles?
I think we're living in a time and have long been living at a time where we just had kind of marginal reforms. And as Angela Davis would say, to be revolutionary is to get to the root of something. And so we have long lived under the pressure of slight reforms here and there versus really seeing who this institution, this carceral institution, is really designed to protect and serve versus target. And once you understand the source of an institution, you understand the outputs that you begin to see. And so, just like Alexis was referring to, we see the same people that are really calling for a just system are having harsh reaction from that same system and being justified by things such as claims of inciting a riot and different things such as that. And it reminds me, as we're approaching June as well, and we think here historically in the city, the different narratives between Lumpkin Slave Jail and Devil's Half Acre, where we understand that people who were questing liberation understood what was going on there was devil's half acre, the devil's work, but the system called justified the devil's work through the language of the carceral system and defining crime, where their only crime really was requesting for the abolition of a system that was not going to give them liberation under quite reform. And so right now with Breonna Taylor and Tony McDade and George Floyd and Marcus David Peters, we are seeing the culmination nationwide and even within our city of people that have suffered under a system where the political imagination has only allowed for conversations on reform. And still under reform, even we've seen a police chief resign, but after the death of Marcus David Peters, we saw another police chief resign, and those slight reforms didn't even stop it. And even the interim chief, we now found out, even though he was part of the community response team, he was part of, he did a shooting in 2002 where he shot someone in the back that didn't even match the description. And so I think we are seeing people are tired of their political imagination and their quest for liberation being met with just a priority that says it's not feasible and we can only be reformed. And that's why building an agenda and a power base to where we can set the tone, or as Kwame Ture would say, to butt against systems based in Anglo conformity, that we can, as Black people, from our own restorative justice framework, can build the power and the agenda and the strategy to implement without having to ask for permission.
Absolutely, absolutely. So how about you, Chelsea? That's a hard follow-up, though. I don't know.
Let's say, who was to follow that? No, I think that Alan Charles, as always, gives us a great historical consciousness when we are looking in the current. And something that he always says that I repeat is, just because it's current doesn't mean it's new. But to get to your question, what are the dynamics that make us think about the political moment of a Black agenda? Is, to me, unfortunately, whenever we start asking about a Black political agenda, it's because our struggle has now made the main page, right? Our death, it's just our eviction rate, it's our struggle, and that's when people are like, well, we need a Black political agenda. And so right now in this particular moment, we're seeing the long-standing history of slave patrols that have now turned into a policing system that feeds into our carceral system, that has taken many Black fathers, Black mothers, Black people into a system that they're no longer in our families and our villages and able to support ourselves. So when we talk about what are the moments that strike us to start thinking about this, I think it's really important to know that it's always because our struggle has been highlighted in some type of mainstream media platform. That's the time when we start thinking about Black political agenda, unfortunately.
All right, thank you all. Thank you for that. So you guys ready to get into it? So what are your top three points on the Black agenda? And you were last talking, so I'll start with you, Chelsea.
Well, this might come as a surprise to people. My number one political agenda talking point right now as my advocate is marijuana justice. And in this moment, everyone is talking policing, but I want you to know that marijuana justice advocates have been talking about policing since we formed. It was one of the main reasons why we came to this. We say all the time that marijuana is the gateway to policing and to the carceral system. The smell of marijuana has been the key to approaching Black people, brown people, and people across, especially right here in Richmond. If you are Black, in Richmond, 1 out of 6 Black people are guaranteed to be to have an interaction with the Richmond Police Department every year. If you're Black, 1 out of 6. And that right there, most of the time, is because people say they smell marijuana. Now, I will also say my second one right now is to defund the police, which is heavily also into supporting the marijuana justice form. I put marijuana justice number one, obviously, because that is my political piece, but also because it has the roundabout to divest from police, but invest it back in to Black communities, and that's what what's happening in cannabis in our Commonwealth right now is happening. So we are hopefully taking the chains and handcuffs off of us from marijuana, and now really looking to pouring the revenue back into us. So number 2 would be defunding the police hardcore and divesting from the police, investing into schools and counselors. Why not a 1-for-1 replacement of cop to counselor, right? And my number 3 right now is to really just look at, and as we are defunding the police, I think it's important that we also gain to community control. So now looking at a different model of harm to care. So what does that look like? Does that look like a civilian review board? Does this look like more care options for first responders? Does this look like cops out of schools? Again, I'm really pushing that cops out of schools, the low-hanging fruit for localities, and it's important that we push that. So my top 3 is marijuana justice, defunding police, and community control from harm to care.
Thank you. Alan Charles?
Sure. So I'm a firm believer that the revolution will not be improvised, and that we need to get to a place where we are not surprised by racism, but we are prepared for it. And as some people say, defense is the best offense. I think there's a very great program that's been happening in Baltimore, Maryland, called the Equity Assessment Index, where it pretty much brings forward into the process. Because currently, what we do is that we make decisions out of, people love to say, a racial equity lens, but when is the lens applied? Typically after things have happened, and then you have reports around the history of redlining and heat islands and abatements coming out of certain communities and only going to different ones. Who gets, people who are sitting in jail for marijuana, but then you have these medicinal plants after statewide, a certain amount of licenses, and it's not actually connected. So what the Equity Assessment Index does is it brings a rubric forward into decision making, into city council, and hopefully city hall as well, where a decision making process would have to, where you pretty much would forecast, if we were to do this, what would be the disparate impact, and then really taking the conversation from race outside of just the intent, but also the impact. And then as you go through a process, you'll be able to see which communities this would affect, and then you have to kind of go back to the drawing board in order to, at the front end, prevent disparate impact from happening in decision-making processes. I think also, and I agree with, we have to fund equity. And so one of the things that I really believe in is the equal pay for equal outcomes ordinance that really would, or resolution, depending on how it affect finance through the city charter, where essentially right now our public dollars go more to supplementing prosecutors than it does defenders. And the mayor cut that out of his budget for $137,000 or $140,000. But what's really crazy is that when you look at things such as civil asset forfeiture, where police officers are able to, whether somebody gets pulled over, they say I smell drugs, and they can actually take cash and other things from the community, actually take money from the community to help fund that. And not only that, it can also be paired with the federal sharing program as well, is be able to look at that citywide and be able to redirect those funds that are taken from communities with information from people such as Richmond Transparency and Accountability Project. And as we defund police, also strategically reinvest in those over-policed black and brown communities so that equity actually can be funded. And of course, the Independent Civilian Review Board, where you wouldn't have to have an appointment from the police chief or some type of citizen police academy. And of course, with that also comes with leadership, that we also cannot present people to head those processes who have been dodging accountability for shootings they themselves have been involved in since 2002. And so I think we have to be strategic. We have to make sure that equity is in our line items and not just in our speeches.
Awesome. Alexa?
Yeah, just to name what I think everyone on this call knows, which is that every issue is a Black issue. And so throughout every single, political issue that can be named, anytime a politician comes to you and says, like, here's my top 3, every single thing is a Black issue. Now, it doesn't impact every person equally, and that's where we start to engage in a deeper conversation. So when I think about my top 3, I can certainly underscore some of the issues that Chelsea and Alan Charles named. But what I would just lift up and add to this conversation is public health. We are in the middle of a public health crisis that is underscored and exacerbated because of the racist history of our medical system and because of the historic inequities in access to healthcare. And that includes the full range of healthcare, right? Certainly the way that folks interact with their doctor for blood pressure checks, but also the way folks respond in the maternity system and every other facet of our healthcare. And so when we see our city facing coronavirus, and for a while, every single person who died from coronavirus was a Black person, that is not, a surprise. That is not by accident or just happenstance. That is because of a racist medical system that has for a long time oppressed Black and brown people and certainly continues to impact all of our health. And it's not just the medical system. We also have to think about the communities that we live in. Who has access to fresh air and exercise in our park system? Who has access to a safe community where they feel comfortable going out for a walk? I remember when I was working at Planned Parenthood, there was a doctor who came to address, racism in the medical system and spoke about how he first was enlightened to some of these issues because he recommended to a patient that they go out for a walk every night in their community. And when that person said, I don't feel safe doing that because of where I live and the crime in my community, that's when he realized access to healthcare and public safety and public health is all interconnected. And again, this is probably nothing enlightening to anybody here, but it is very important that as we're addressing any issue, that we're looking at it from an equity lens and that we're talking about all of the surrounding circumstances and the factors that impact our access to, name your thing, economic opportunity, transit, healthcare, etc. So public health and kind of all those intersections would be number 1. Number 2, we have a lot of work to go still on access to education at every level, from early ed, preschool access, all the way up to higher education, vocational training, and skill building for folks who are post high school. That is also something that has intersections when it comes to equity, when it comes to criminal justice reform, when it comes to the counseling and mental health services that folks interact with in our school system. So education has to be a part of our agenda. And then finally, I would just say workers' rights. You all, some may know that I currently work for the National Domestic Workers Alliance and Care in Action, where we work every day to uplift the workers who take care of our families in our homes, domestic workers, nannies, cleaners, home care workers. These folks have historically been left out of literally every protection that's on the books for workers. And it was just this year that we were able to guarantee minimum wage protections, which literally is the bare minimum for folks to be able to earn $7.25, right? Think about that. A lot of us have been talking about raising the minimum wage. Think about the folks who are caring for our homes and for our families who weren't even guaranteed that. And those are Black folks, y'all. Historically, these jobs have been Black women, Black immigrant women, folks, like literally. And so, when we talk about a Black political agenda, we have to look at the historic roots of economic injustice and unroot that, and make sure that we're building not just, like I think someone mentioned some reforms. We have to literally start from scratch and make structural systems that are centering our communities, because they were built not just to exclude us, but to not ever include us. And so we've got to start from scratch. And I know many of you have been working on that in various ways, and I'm honored to be in a struggle with each of you.
So I'm gonna jump in. Thank you, Natasha, for getting us started. To our panelists who have hit it off, I want to jump in and filter some of these questions that have come in. I'm gonna do some of the easier ones. Alan Charles, if you could just put in the chat the name of the book that you recommended about the history of Black power and political change. And could you also name the assessment that you mentioned that's being used in Baltimore? And so thank you to Evan Peters for asking those two questions. That's going to be simply answered. And so for folks who are watching us, we'll make sure that we collect that and share that with our rebroadcast. Thank you, Alan Charles. Now here is, and I'm sorry, Ben, if I mess up your last name, but Ben Himmelfarb. He says, I'm really interested to hear the panelists' reflections and insights on the dynamics around a political establishment that Black people have a big role in the status quo in Richmond, especially the mayors and many other political allies and leaders, support for the RPD and regressive, conservative criminal justice / public safety solutions. So I'm just going to invite one or two, Alexis Rogers, one, and then we'll go with Alan Charles, since declaration, UGRC, Black Pride RVA, does not endorse any political candidate. We open this conversation to everyone. We are a 501c3, and so we are not endorsing anybody who is running for political office in any way, shape, or form. And we are going to invite the people who have already made their declarations to answer to the question about Richmond's political status quo that is Black, or has a lot of Black people in it in the moment.
I'm grateful for the disclaimer. As someone who's often finding myself providing asterisks and disclaimers. What I would say to that then is, number one, I think that, a lot of folks can be responsible for advancing a conservative agenda. And so I would be very aware, certainly, that there are Black folks right now advancing a conservative agenda, but that they are not alone in that, and that they are not, the only folks who could be in power advancing that kind of agenda. So moving on from that, we have options. And, I know we have options on this call, and we have options in the community who have been out there fighting for progressive causes for a long time. And, it is never going to be my cause to put down another Black person. That is not where I see myself in this space. But what I will do is lift up my vision for the city. And that city includes all of us. And I was speaking to Chelsea earlier today about just reflecting on this moment for the undocumented and the immigrant community. Up in Prince William County yesterday, they formally disbanded and eliminated their agreement with ICE. They were one of the first counties to make that agreement and to literally participate in separating families. Today, we saw a historic decision from the Supreme Court that said that the Trump administration eliminated and tried to end the DACA program under improper terms. And for those who may not be aware, that program allowed folks who are here, who were born here or brought here, to attend our schools and to go through our communities just like any other American, and to stay here safely without fear of deportation. And the Trump administration has been trying to get rid of that. So Supreme Court weighed in and said, no, they did it wrong. Now we know that there's still going to be attempts to end the program. But I say all this to say, when I think about the Black agenda, when I think about advancing a progressive agenda, we have to do it for all of us. And I know that folks on this call are looking to do it for all of us, regardless of your immigration status, regardless of your gender identity, regardless of who you love, or where you work, or whatever you do. If you are a Black person, you're looking to bring together the whole community with you. Progressive Black person, you're looking to bring everybody along with you. And we've been in the struggle for Black liberation for so long that we can't afford not to bring everyone with us. When we center our identity and our struggle and the circumstances that we've found ourselves in literally for more than 400 years, we know that if we center those struggles, that we can bring everyone with us, regardless of immigration status, regardless of the circumstances that you find yourselves in personally. And so that's why I'm so excited to be a part of this group of folks and so many others who are really fighting for that progressive change.
Ellen Charles, anything to add?
Yeah, I think it is important to note that there is no white power structure or institution that was solely built by white hands, right? And when I speak of whiteness, I speak of that philosophy of a racial caste system. And I think it's important, and for the book that I mentioned, everyone, was Black Power and the Politics of Liberation, and they talk about what's necessary is something called political modernization, which, and one of the key points of that is one of them is searching for new and different forms of political structure to solve political and economic problems, and a key part of that is broadening the base of political participation to include more people in the decision-making process. And so it's the understanding that those that are directly impacted have one of the more key insights in what does it mean to craft a policy of liberation out of those very systems. So for example, that's why I'm running using things such as everyday solidarity task forces, where people who know the issues that are within the society, we have to kind of do away with this magical politician, one person, one story narrative who feels they understand and the capacity to solve all issues. It's more so returning to the phrase of more so not the political celebrity, but the public servant that has the skill set to be able to put forward solutions that can bring people to a table to communicate what their issues are, and then making sure that we are not just simply there for our self-interest or from the quote-unquote establishment that may or may not have put us there. And so understanding that also just Black visibility doesn't automatically equate to the forwarding of a agenda that will lift up Black communities and all communities as well. But we have to understand that when we do not question a system that has over generations produced the same outcomes, we cannot believe that just our mere presence within a system equates to the questioning and the challenging and the re-envisioning and imagination that needs to happen in these concepts.
Thank you. And we invite participants to check out, because Chelsea is not verbally responding, but she is responding, and she is helping us out. So make sure you check out the chat, because she has a link to her, I don't know if it's award-winning, but I'm going to go ahead and call it award-winning Race Capital radio show, where she brings on real people to talk about the issues, and then also put a link in there to another book. I want to take a question from Benita Kirk, and Chelsea, I would love for you to answer this, and then either Alexis or Ellen Charles, if you feel strongly about responding to this. Her question is, who are the leaders in Richmond that are responsible for conveying the Black agenda to the powers that be?
Great. I saw this question, Benita. Thank you so much for it. I'm going to say that every single person on this call that you know is a leader, and if they are Black and fighting for Black causes, then it is all of our responsibilities. I really want to make that really, really clear, that it is not up to one platform. It is not up to one group. It is not up to one Black politician to carry all of the Black agenda items. I really love what the candidate Rogers said about every issue is a Black issue. And I'm going to be really honest, from an organizer that has organized at a city level and at a state, that it is a lot of effort and labor to push agendas. That's why we have organizations. So it isn't, I do want to say it's important to join an org and to have that support system to where that you can organize that labor productively, as well as split it up in coalition with other orgs so that you can work in one space and other people work on other spaces. And I have not listed any orgs specifically by name on purpose, but now I will. I want to lift up marijuana justice. .org. We are Black run, brown run. We're in this very intentionally, and I answered Adam's question in the chat about reparations to Indigenous and Black folks. I want to lift that this past session, we passed a study bill with Jennifer McClellan that also just announced her run for governor today, which is amazing.
Oh, sorry. I'm not endorsing, I'm just affirming the presence. Black Pride RVA is not endorsing.
So now we have 2 Black women that are running for governor, which is just amazing. But Jennifer McClellan, Senator, supported marijuana justice to get a bill passed so that we can do a study. And that study is very specifically to look at how we can look at the reinvestment of the revenue that's coming into cannabis. And without marijuana justice, that racial equity of who and where were affected by marijuana prohibition would not have been studied. All right, they would have gone right over us with another bill that didn't include us, and that's why it's important for us to get our stuff together and be in those buildings. So I'm really excited to look at marijuana justice. I just want to say Black Pride RVA. I want to say New Virginia Majority has been holding it down for us in the General Assembly for a very long time. Richmond for All right here in the city of Richmond. We have a newly formed Black Freedom Caucus that's accepting members later on this month and in July, if you're a part of Richmond for All. And I'm probably missing other folks right now. Oh, Risk with housing. Woo! They just made a big announcement and got the mayor to commit to millions of dollars of CARE money for housing, and a lot of that need that the candidate Chipman was talking about. So marijuana justice, Black Pride RVA, which is not a political org, but even they talk Black things, right? And that's where you can get your Black agenda issues from, right? If we hear each other, if you are working in the political space and you go take those ideas to whatever leaders, authority, that all everyone's a leader. Some people just have an authority that we have granted them, but we can always take it back. And so those are the boards. I would love if you are looking for an issue specifically and have questions, please hit me up. I'm on all the social medias, and I would love to connect you with those groups.
Is there anything, Alexis or Alan Charles, you wanted to respond or add to what Chelsea said? No, y'all good? Okay, so Ben is back with another question. How do we communicate with a multiracial ethnic majority about the value of a Black political agenda? How do we communicate with a multiracial, multi-ethnic majority about the value of a Black political agenda?
I'd love to take a swing at that if that's okay. And I'm a young preacher. I started preaching when I was 6, so I always preach from the text, as they say. So again, Black power and the politics of liberation. I think one of the most important things that we can learn around coalition building is an entire chapter in here about the myths of coalition. And I can go through some myths of coalition. And so one, and within a multiracial organization, it says, assuming all political activity aimed towards Black communities have at its central goal the necessarily total revamping of the society, you have to make sure that that is a central goal and not a peripheral goal. We see, especially within the movement towards socialism and things such as that, you saw historically Black leaders such as W.E.B. Du Bois or George Washington Woodbay, who very much was saying the question of this multiracial movement is how you respond to Black goals, and whether they're centered or placed in the peripheral, as much of American society has. And so I think we have to understand which route are we pulling up and challenging. And so I think being able to understand as Alexis was saying, a lot of the issues that we see today are rooted in a time where anti-Blackness was put into legislation, and we're still living in the results of that. Even when you look at not just the monuments on Monument Avenue, but the mentality behind them, the restrictive covenants, the NIMBYism, all of these other things that we see, and so you have to make sure that that we understand how much the conditioning of whiteness that W. Du Bois says in the Souls of White Folk is a religion people are frequently being converted to. That we understand how much that really permeates us, even those who would consider themselves progressive, liberal, or the ally. Because when you study history, such as in a book called Eyes Off of the Prize, where when Walter White and Thurgood Marshall and other people at the were going to the United Nations to move the conversation from civil rights to human rights, it was Eleanor Roosevelt who called herself a friend of the Negro that killed that because of the emails she was getting from the Jim Crow South. And so we have to even understand that those who call ourselves progressive, that we also have to progress past the institutions and norms based in anti-Blackness. And we can talk about the nonprofit industrial complex as well, but we have to understand that even those who seek to do it, understanding the depth of conditioning, that even those within a multiracial organization can still, within the stratification of value within those systems, still put Black issues at the bottom. And so we have to make sure that we get that priority straight from the forefront.
Alexis or Chelsea, we have people are responding, so there are at least two other questions that are on deck, and then Natasha has some other questions. We know that one of our panelists has a full schedule and may have to scoot out at 8 o'clock, and so we want to ensure that we have candidate Rogers for as many of the questions that the people who are watching have. So just offering any response to that question for folks. Y'all good? Okay. So I knew that this question was going to come up, and we are grateful for Evan Peters to ask it because it wouldn't be a Black event if this question wasn't asked. And that is, what are some of the best ways white folks in Richmond can help? I'm just saying, we know as Black Pride RVA, UGRC, that anytime Black people center an event, plan an event, white folks want to ask how they can help, how they can show up. And I think in this conversation, thank you, Evan Peters, for being the one that asked it, because I believe your other white colleagues wanted to also ask the question that we are most commonly used to responding to. So open that up to our panelists.
Okay, so I just want to say that I appreciate the question as well. And the reason why I fell out here, if anybody was watching, was just because Lisette brings to the forefront the fact that this comes up all of the time. And I think something I didn't want to say before to the prior question of how to address something a multiracial group, but it's the same way of how do we just continue to center Black issues and Blackness, Black experience. And so white folks, I think it's you got to talk to your other white folks, and you got to be able to organize what you're able to do. I think it's really important that you don't look for folks to tell you everything. I think this question is important to ask, but understand what you can give, what resources you have, and what your real availability is, and to not offer things in an impulse moment. Right now, I know Black folks are getting reached out to by the minute from white folks, like, what can I do? Like literally by the minute. And we are trying to be really clear. Like, we have PayPal things and funds in our links. We try and get you to come here. Like, you being here right now is something you can do. And then taking this information and going back to your other white folks and saying, and you doing that organizing in your own spaces. There are many things that people can do. But I would also really love, I think, I don't know if we're there yet, but I think it would be great to find a place where we don't feel like we have to take a time to figure out what white folks does right now. Because what if we had to be like, okay, all white folks do this, Asians you do this, for other folks you do this, right? It's different. Of at this point, how do we just support one another in the focus for all? And to me, that just figures out what can you give, and then go do that with Black folks at the lead. Any
Sure, if I may.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, especially in this moment, I think it's very important that you say our name before we're dead, right? Say our name while we are still alive. Say our name in the job interview. Say our name when it's in the boardrooms about who's going to be invested, who's going to get this grant. Say our name at the Thanksgiving table when Uncle whoever is saying all these other types of crazy things. And again, in the same book that I mentioned, they also talk about Kwame Ture also worked under Fannie Lou Hamer with Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, and they had Freedom Summer, and he said that he noticed, and he was grateful for the white people that came and in solidarity and kind of in those moments kind of came to work, but also saying that there are freedom schools that need to happen within the suburbs, within corporate America, and all these other types of places, because racism manifests itself long before Black people are dead, right? And so we also need to make sure that you understand the front lines aren't just, it doesn't just look like Lissette's background, right? But it also looks like the everyday decisions in within these institutions to say whose lives are we going to value, whose priorities are we going to fund, when things are limited or in a budget standpoint like we are now with COVID-19, where something has to get cut. Are we saying the names of Black communities and Black issues during that time, and not just when we have become a hashtag?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we received a question that is directly for Alexis. I'm gonna ask the question and read the question as is stated. Also invite you in your response, Alexis, to just link it back to like what it means to have a political agenda. So Jamal O'Neill is asking, I want to know where you stand on single family zoning in Richmond, given how it has segregated several neighborhoods. Also want to know what we can do to change the scope of quality economic development in our city, and how it's accessed when it comes to helping grow the Black working class.
I appreciate that question. I just want to start from the kind of lens that I see housing, which is, one, I want to make sure that every person has access to a stable living environment. And also I'm going to treat every single person with dignity, regardless of where their home is. And I think what we've seen in this current administration is a value for certain kinds of homes. What we've seen from some of our candidates in this race is a value for certain kinds of homeowners. And for me as a renter, as someone who, does not own a home, I think that regardless of your living environment, whether you're staying in Camp Kathy or you're a renter, you're a student at BCU, or you're a homeowner of many years, your family has owned a home in Richmond for many years, that every single kind of home and every person in the city should be valued and treated with dignity and respect. So that's just for perspective. When it comes to specifically how we make sure that we have communities that are safe for everyone, and in my opinion, that should be economically diverse, I think that that's something that has to first start with that perspective, that we actually want that. And I wouldn't say that everyone has already valued, I should say always valued, having economically diverse neighborhoods and neighborhoods that everyone is welcomed in. We're in the middle of a strategic planning process right now, where we've seen a priority on certain neighborhoods having zoning, in a certain way. And we're seeing certain neighborhoods that still can't get access to a grocery store for reasons that are beyond me. And I think that as we move forward, we have to make sure that, again, every single neighborhood, every community, every person in Richmond is valued equally, instead of giving a priority to the folks who have always had access to wealth and power, and excluding and diminishing the value and the voices of folks who have historically been marginalized. So, I'm willing to listen and learn from everyone. I want to grow when it comes to understanding, the various policies that impact everyone. But when it comes to housing, you got to start with making sure that everyone feels like they're treated with dignity and respect. And for too long, we've just not had that in the city.
Thank you, Alexis. Natasha, I'm gonna kick it back to you to give our panelists some more questions. And Lindsay, I got your question on deck. We want to ask some other more political agenda related questions, because we wanted to make sure that folks are educated on what it means to have a political agenda and the components of said agenda. So, Natasha.
Thank you. So we spoke about earlier about advancing political agendas, and you all have mentioned things like education, defunding the police, marijuana justice, public health, that equity assessment index, which could be a critical piece to kind of tie all of these things together, right? Having the I guess the knowledge of something like that can help you make the decisions on what to do with that money when the police are defunded, right? And how to allocate that for education and public health and things like that. How can we put forth an agenda and continue an agenda that connects those dots? It doesn't just leave, make concessions to leave certain things off, and to make sure that at the end of the day we're all reaching who we want to reach, and actually putting forth an agenda that we're seeking to get put forth. If that makes does that make sense?
Can I take a stab at this real fast?
Absolutely.
What I heard you say is, how do we put forth an agenda and not make so many compromises, right? And make sure that we tie it into also what's going on. Is that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So what I hear with that is, we can push our political agenda in the many diverse ways that the panel has talked about earlier. And just somebody that has been doing this in many diverse ways of pushing political agendas, I will say that it is so much easier, y'all, if we have elected officials and people that are appointed in those positions that also mirror our values. It is a completely different world of having these things weaved in and having them all work together versus having to beat on the door of one person only to find out that they stuck one line in there of legislation that now screws up your entire bill, but you didn't necessarily even realize it because you didn't have the resources. But these are some of the things, the tricky things that happen with folks. But to answer your question of how do we really do that in like a broad spectrum, because there are many ways of how to do it. I think you join an org. I think you and then join an org, but then also help candidates win.
And I think it's important to understand the. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, by all means.
Oh, okay. I think it's important to understand the rules of engagement in the political context in which we live, especially understanding things such as the Dillon Rule state, and which limits local, pretty much local bodies have to ask for permission for things that aren't specifically granted, and having the relationships and the moral and political will to build those relationships, and not just to say, well, we can't do it. I know for the Independence Building Review Board, a lot of the talk is, well, I don't know if we have subpoena power, that has to be state with Dillon Rule. Well, but yet for other things that corporate interests may want, the mayor would pick up the phone and call the Richmond delegation twice for different certain things. So understanding that we have to build a relationship so that if it is something that is in Dillon Rule state, that we have people within the General Assembly, again, that have our priorities in mind, that we can partner with to push those agendas. Also understanding what the federal government plays a role in, and who has oversight over funding and things such as that. So when you're dealing with housing, sometimes that's going to be a HUD issue, and so understanding who is your representative in Virginia that has that oversight and getting them to intervene. That's something that we had to do with the illegal evictions, and it was a violation of United States Code 1437B Section D, and so we were able to go to Senator Tim Kaine and be able to kind of at least get have that influence over that process, and get a freeze on evictions, and working with Senator Jennifer McClellan on Senate Bill 708 to expand tenants' rights at the statewide level. But still, we need on city council people that are going to not reward bad behavior and have someone who's violating rules get to choose who their next board of supervisors is going to be. So understanding the landscape, and and again, this is the work of civic education that we have to do, such as the work of Fannie Hamer, Dorothy Cotton, Amelia Boynton Robinson, that we have to understand the playing field and where we need to have allies, where we need to elect people, where we need to make sure that if there is one place system set to frustrate our political imagination, that we know how to circumvent around that and get it done at every level.
Are there any recommendations on how people can educate themselves more on civics, on the process of politics?
I was going to say, I can jump in here a little bit. Progress Virginia and New Virginia Majority both come to mind as Virginia-based, not necessarily Richmond-based, but Virginia-based organizations that really do a good job of breaking down the state legislative process. Now, every level of government is its own animal, and certainly within every level of government, there, like we talked about before, various kind of channels and branches of government. But I would say those are a couple of key organizations, but also think about the folks who interact with government in a way that you wouldn't traditionally call, the authority. So think about the folks who are working in City Hall in janitorial roles. Think about the folks who are, on Capitol Square as Capitol police officers. Think about the various kinds of folks who interact with, the government that you're trying to understand better, and learn about what their interaction with it is, because you'll certainly hear, the kind of Schoolhouse Rocks version from folks who are kind of teaching you civics, but you'll learn a lot more, I would say, from talking to the folks who literally day to day are kind of the grind of city government and state and federal government as well.
Anybody else want to chip in on that?
I was just going to say, I put a link in for Richmond for All. We do a lot of political education. We hold films and documentaries. This is pre-COVID. But we also do webinars and things like that. Political education is a huge part for us, and always looking for what people want to know. I hate to keep plugging myself, but Race Capital, every week we are giving you political education of what's happening. And on our media source, we are able to tell you who or what and what's happening. So we keep ourselves educated to give that information to you. So Race Capital is also a place where if you want to know more, just ask.
Awesome. Thank you. So I just want to, for everybody watching and here tonight, I just kind of want to break down what we've heard so far. It seems as if the way to go to progress a political agenda is to join an organization, right? Like that should be step one, to find like-minded people who can help you push that agenda forward. After that, once you have joined that organization, it's about holding your political leaders accountable, getting out there and voting for people who you believe will help push forward that political agenda. So with that said, I do want to go to the questions, because Lindsay asked if you all could talk about voting and how Virginia specifically makes it difficult for certain folks to vote.
I really wanted to take this question, which is why I know I have to jump for another meeting a little bit, but this is something that's really important to me, that I was really glad to see get asked. Number one, we're literally, the port city for slavery for this whole country, right? And so when we talk about oppression over years, it's literally in our democracy in the city, the foundation of this Commonwealth. So, the right to vote is certainly a struggle that we've been fighting for many years, and literally within my parents' generation, probably some folks on this call's generation, have achieved that right. And so we talk about the ways that Virginia has made it difficult over the years. We've seen it all, whether it's the poll tax or, various language access barriers to the ballot. I would say that we're in a new day in Virginia. We've not destroyed every systemic issue when it comes to access to the ballot. But I do want to make sure that people know of a couple recent changes that will be in effect for November. So number one, we'll have early vote for the first time ever in Virginia. So many folks who have lived in other places and across the country know that you might be able to vote early. And in Virginia, we'll finally have that. So 45 days leading up to November, you'll be able to vote early either by mail or in person at the local registrar's office. We'll also soon have greater access to language justice for voting, which is so important. Before, localities could kind of decide if they wanted to provide access to a ballot that's in their voters' language. Like, can you imagine? I know many of us, obviously, on this call probably speak predominantly English. Can you imagine reading some of those referendums in a language that you don't? I can barely read them in English sometimes, right? And so it's really important that we've recently made that change so that folks will be able to get access to the ballot in their preferred language. Something that we still need to work on is postage for absentee ballots. So many of us right now are voting by mail because it's easier, especially during the coronavirus pandemic. But you're putting that stamp on the envelope, and not every person is going to have access to the stamp. Not every person is going to think about that when they go to mail. And frankly, you shouldn't have to pay 50 cents to put your vote in the mail. The government should pay that for you, and other states have done it. The federal government could pay for it. We have to keep pushing to make sure that that is so here in Virginia. And then finally, and this is a big one, this could be its own call, redistricting. We are, Chelsea's like gonna fall out. We have to get this right. We're right now in the middle of a census. So number one, take the census, tag 5 people and tell them to take the census. The census making sure that we get the funding that we deserve for our communities. It also makes sure that we get the representation that we deserve because of the way that lines will be drawn based on our population. But it's further than that. Virginia has the power also to draw our state legislative lines, and it's important that we do it in a way that reflects the power and the strength of Black voters. And we know that historically, our government has tried to condense Black voting strength, and we can't allow that anymore. We have to make sure that every single Black voter and every person who lives in the city and this Commonwealth has equal authority at the voting box and equal power to elect our elected officials. We had a huge fight, even among Democrats, this past legislative session, to make sure that we had racial equity in redistricting. And this is something literally we could have hours-long seminar on. So I would just invite you all, if you're interested in understanding more about the fight for fair districts, to get plugged into New Virginia Majority's work. They are really leading it from a racial equity lens and not from, kind of the mantra of just pick your legislators. It's so much deeper than that. It's not just about making sure that people can pick their legislators. It's about making sure that our neighborhoods are drawn in a contiguous and fair way, that Black communities are not concentrated and kind of gerrymandered into the same districts. So I was so excited to see that question about voting. I'm sorry I packed so much into that response, but I hope that everyone here will certainly take note of the progress that we've made, but understand there's so much more to do to make sure that every person, especially Black and brown folks, have equal access to the ballot.
Excuse me. No, that's awesome. That's awesome, Alexis. Thank you for that in-depth response. That's exactly what we needed. So we do have another. See you, Alexis.
See you, Alexis. Thanks for being here.
Absolutely. Thank you. And then there were 4. So we do have another question from Benita. She asked, have we been able to identify our SWOT concerning voter participation and our ability to hold officials accountable when it comes to Black issues here in Richmond?
Yeah, I think, just as hard as it is to, we have challenges in voting and media structure, but also how do you engage, and especially when we talk about at the state level as well. I just was speaking with the head of the Richmond Baptist General Convention, who was talking about the work they tried to do within subcommittees once people are elected to really make sure that special interests don't kind of pass their agenda to the side, that, it's really hard with availability of the time. So even for me, when I was helping to pass Senate Bill 708 with Senator Jennifer McClellan to help expand tenants' rights, we had people who were ready, were willing to come and testify to share, from their experience what it actually meant. But because the timing of it was, meet here between 2 and 5 tomorrow, right? And then you take off and then it gets moved to a different day. I think even structurally, we have to begin to really see what era some of those timings are set up, and for who within the power structure and the availability, especially when you're talking about working class people as well, how much that is available, and even the system that we have as well. I'm also very concerned around after COVID, especially with things such as First and 300 and city planning and zoning and all these other types of things that are available during certain times and in very short windows of response. Very heavy versus having a very open, almost message board type of way of engagement. There's a really interesting book by Gavin Newsom called Citizenville that talks about leveraging technology to open up means of communication digitally. And I think the more accessible leaders are after they are elected, the higher that you're able to have with accountability. But again, this is also talking about voting your priority and your platform, and not just being emboldened and linked to just one official, and saying that if you do not have these objectives, then there are going to be consequences in the next voting cycle, and making sure that you are applying pressure and sustained pressure with a plan for what you want. Because it's not just about getting someone in, it's also about making sure they do not become tainted within that institution. And as I like to say, sometimes there's that election day solidarity where they'll say what they need to get in, but then how do you hold them accountable once they are there, and how accessible are they willing to be and commit to being to the communities like that?
And I'm just going to quickly jump in because the question was real. That's why I chuckled. I was like, "Oh, a SWOT analysis. Yeah. It's great." But that's the kind of thing that if you're joining an org, your org will decide what your priorities are, because everything is a Black issue and there's not one org that can take on everything. So you decide what the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats are to you putting forward the political agenda that your organization, the people, and the collective thought have come together to do. So yes, in orgs, you should have some type of strategic plan or SWOT or something that captures your priorities for your Black political agenda. And if anybody wants help on facilitating that strategic plan on what your priorities are, you can follow me and hire me for that facilitator and support a Black woman and Black business and get your org going, your ideas.
There you go. I don't know if you guys knew that, but Chelsea is she's the go-to. Absolutely. So
I got a lot of jobs, y'all.
Awesome. Let me see. I think we had
yeah, it looks like we got another question. We have another question here, but we also have Natasha. Someone asked on Facebook what the deadline for Virginia is for the census. I thought it was August 14th, but I could be wrong. Do we know the date?
They've extended it because of Corona. So
it's October 31st?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. Okay.
All right. Well, this question is for Chelsea. If we have time, if you are willing, I have not seen a big showing of support for Black Lives Matter or the Black Agenda from a number of local nonprofits that I know house a lot of social workers. I have to wonder if social work, as both an institution and a profession, isn't failing our ethical values around social justice. Would you be willing to share your thoughts on social work's response to this movement, and if you see areas of improvement?
Who asked this question? I can't see it.
This was Jeremy.
Okay. Hi, Jeremy. Great question. So, dope Black social worker. someone's doing fireworks. Sorry, so dope black social worker. I was like, dang, I live in South. Okay, come on.
Yeah, no, Manchester. It's all good because I heard the same thing and I was like, "What?" Just yeah, okay,
okay,
thanks.
great.
Sorry, I thought I was on mute.
Social work, dope black social worker, and y'all, if you're following the chat, I'm trying to put as much as I can in the chat. Dope black social worker. Her name is Kim Young, and she has a social media platform on Instagram mostly, but I've also seen her on social media on Facebook today. She is right now pushing the National Association for Social Workers, that's a national ethics board that kind of oversees social workers, to come on aboard to Black issues. So she is doing that work and that labor. When I saw that, I said, yes, sis, because we know that social work, again, historically, everything is racist, including social work, and a lot of the inequities with families and separating families, adoptions, and things are rooted in social work, and why following the Association for Black Social Workers is so important, and why there is so much organization in Black social work, because Black social workers actually came in decades ago and helped the foster care system not be so racist and have these regulations. So your question is wonderful, that you're right, they're not on board, and it's going to be up the work of Black social workers to push them there. But that is something too that this is not planned, but continue to lift the work of Jennifer McClellan, the senator, got passed a social work act this past session, and she's working to get it funded to continue to lift the work of social workers. So if you want to support what social workers need, which is money to do this work, you can support that at state level as well as nationally. You can help do what Kim Young is doing around here, and you can follow her at Dope Black Social Worker and push, because she has a petition to the National Association for Social Worker to get their stuff in order.
Awesome. Thank you, Chelsea. We do have another one. How has social media impacted the Black agenda? This is from Mary Albright Wood.
Oh my gosh, it's brought everybody's attention to it. If it wasn't for a cell phone, we wouldn't be here, y'all, right? Like, a cell phone is our biggest protection. This is one thing I tell organizers all right now. Your cell phone is everything. Your social media is everything. Race Capital, I'm literally watching it because we're like 10 followers away from reaching 10K in the last 3 weeks, just because everybody needs this information. The mainstream media isn't doing it. This past week on Race Capital, we had not one, but 2 people that got hit by cars, one by the KKK and one by the police, a police car. And they came to us and they said they don't trust mainstream media. They want their stories told with us. And so that's all through our connections of social media, that we are brought to this work through the work of through the camera, the lens of social media, because social media is just independent media, right? It's our media. And so that's the point, that we can now create and shape voices and these issues in the political education and awareness through, like, that's C3 work. If I'm gonna put it on Black Pride a little bit, that awareness of what our issues are, that could just be a social media awareness page, right? Like, that's not political. It's just what it is. So I would say, from somebody that has created a following, rooted, and educate folks through social media right now, it's pretty huge.
Yeah, I would agree. As you understand the history of the Black media in social movements, there's a reason Maggie Walker had a newspaper. There's a reason John Mitchell Jr. had a newspaper. There's a reason I.V. Wells had a newspaper. And there's also a reason why police shot a cell phone 2 nights ago with a rubber bullet, right? It is again about controlling the narrative and framing the spirit of liberation as criminal. Dr. King had a mugshot. Nelson Mandela had a mugshot. Rosa Parks had a mugshot. Marsha P. Johnson has a mugshot. Thurgood Marshall has a mugshot. And probably weren't labeled as peaceful protesters during their time. And so I think it is important that we control our narrative and continue that legacy of media. And now social media is more accessible, as Chelsea was speaking. And that you have a direct line to what's really happening and to what the truth is. And then you can also see now the juxtaposition. Black people have known for quite some time that the media has a narrative around around us. But now you can actually see that social media will have it first, and then you will see what the police department says later, even though you can have the videos of them running over citizens with cars and saying people are threatening the mayor when they're just going through a process of accountability. And so it's important for us to, and that's another way that our imaginations are policed and how we view the work of liberation. That is also a tool in disrupting a Black political agenda as well.
Well, listen, yeah, for the folks watching, our participants, thank you so much to our panelists. I'm going to do a quick share screen so we make sure folks can see how to follow y'all on at minimum Instagram. But we will make this video available to folks. And just to say thank you, like this is what tonight was all about, making sure that we talked about a Black political agenda and the components of it and the nuances, and you all did an awesome job. This is who we are. Us Giving Richmond Connections is we are the nonprofit that presents Black Pride RVA. Our vision is to actualize health equity within the Black LGBTQ community, and we do that through fostering healthy connections with Black LGBTQ communities through education, empowerment, and social engagement. Third Thursdays is our monthly opportunity to connect, and because of Miss Rona, COVID-19, we are doing that virtually. And so we want to just ask that you put on your calendar and stay connected to us, and we'll give you, well, all of our social media handles are Black Pride RVA on Facebook, Instagram. These were our panelists tonight. So thank you to Chelsea Higgs-Wise, to candidate Alexis Rogers, to candidate Alan Charles Chipman. And those are their Instagrams for either their personal platforms or their campaign platforms. Again, we as UGRC Black Pride RVA are not endorsing any candidate. We are grateful that they would come and share information with us because they are trusted sources within our community, and they're committed to not only Black liberation but Black and LGBTQ liberation, because we live intersecting lives, or as Mama Lord, Audre Lorde would say, we do not live single issue lives, right? And so make sure that you follow them. We want to give a shout out to what we're doing. Virtual Black Pride RVA is happening July 16th to the 19th, the trilogy. We'll be putting out content, doing some live events. We'll have a dance party, and make sure to just follow us. And then folks have asked, and we will, forgot the last part, didn't edit that part. Y'all just gonna have to work with it. Only follow the first two. You got to have grace for yourself and others in this process, because otherwise you're just following into white supremacist capitalistic notions of productivity, and that's not what this moment is about. We want you to understand that your donations do matter, and our PayPal and our Cash App are UGRC RVA, and PayPal is at gmail.com, and that's our Cash App. Listen, at the end of the day, our goal is to make sure that we're offering those connections, and we're just super, super grateful for all the folks that showed up tonight, all the folks that were willing to ask questions, and thank you to our panelists, again, Alan Charles Chipman, Chelsea Higgs-Wise, and Alexis Rogers. And you stay connected to us, Black Pride RVA, on all of the platforms, because we will be unfolding. And we will be stepping up to make sure that we are providing that connection to education, and particularly political education in this time that we are living in. So thank you again. We invite folks to share this Facebook Live video. Thank you, Natasha, for being the co-moderator tonight. It's always good when you have somebody chill, because her being chill makes me chill, and it balances us out. So we just say thank you to everybody, and I think, yeah, that'll be it for tonight.
Thank you, Black Pride. Yay!
It's so honored to be here as well. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
Take care.
All right, take care.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Black Pride RVA 2020 marketplace. We're about to feature some great vendors with various businesses. And we have our special guest host, Miss Sophia, is in the building. So we're going to bring her on now and get the marketplace started.
Tasha.
Hey, Miss Sophia.
Hey, girl, what's up?
Girl, waiting on you. Where you been?
Shy, I've been right here. Look, it said, because I'm on my phone, I have my laptop in front of me, and it said, check your mic and your audio, your mic and your video. So I'm just sitting up there like, just check it. So then I'm just waiting for y'all to break me in. So then I scrolled up. I said, oh, I have to enter.
Well, I'm glad you got the technicals worked out.
Hello. But
well, Miss Sophia, please tell the people who you are and where they can.
Oh, we live?
Yes, we are.
Hi, I'm Oprah. And you don't get a card. You don't get a card. You don't get a, no, seriously. I'm Miss Sophia, and I've been a part of this gay community for a while now. A lot of you probably don't know who I am, but a lot of you probably do know who I am. I started off, in Houston, Texas. Then I moved to Dallas, Texas. And from Dallas, Texas, I migrated to Atlanta, Georgia, which is where I am now in Atlanta, Georgia. Since becoming a resident of Atlanta, Georgia, I was on like the #1 morning show, V103, the Frank Wonder Morning Show for years. And then I left, and then they brought me back, and then they let me go again. And so now I'm doing internet radio with We Are You Radio. And they told me to stop saying internet radio. It's streaming. I'm streaming radio. So you have to download the app. It's We Are You Radio, WERU. And also, I have my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is popping. Miss Sophia, MISSSOPHIA. And so you could become a laughing hyena, because that's what I call my followers. They are laughing hyenas. And I am Mother Hyena. You can keep up with me on Facebook. It's Sophia McIntosh. Instagram, The Real Miss Sophia. And Twitter is Miss Sophia ATL. And my what is that page they had? I was trying to sign up, but they wouldn't accept me. The new fans only.
They wouldn't let
OnlyFans.
They wouldn't let you get an OnlyFans?
They wouldn't let me get an OnlyFans because they say I was too top heavy.
Oh.
I said, well, if you think this top is heavy, wait till you see this bottom. And they say rejected. Oh, so how things going? How things going with you?
Oh, things are going great. We have had a great Black Pride RVA weekend so far. So we are really looking forward to the marketplace and highlighting these businesses. So I'm gonna get out your hair. I'm gonna let you have it, Miss Sophia, and I'll bring in Tara Clark, our first business owner. Okay.
Don't leave me. Don't leave me. You stay here, honey. You stay here. They sent me an order. I don't have my order, honey. But you say Tara Clark. Hold on. Let me get back. Let me get back to my business. Because I was getting ready to give y'all a call, honey. Give y'all a call because y'all weren't bringing me up, honey. I said, oh, they acting funny with me. They're not bringing me up. Because I was set and ready to go. And they just sent me 99 emails today. That's how they do. That's how the black folks do you, honey. They wait till the day of the event to send you all the information you need, honey. So now I got to scroll through here and find the right one. But I remember seeing that name, honey. That name. Okay. Tara Clark. Tara Clark. Is it Tara or Tara? Where is she? Bring her. You gonna bring her in?
I'm gonna bring her in now. Thank you, Miss Sophia.
Thank you.
It's Tara. And I love you, Miss Sophia.
I love you, Tara. Is Tara or Tara?
It's Tara.
Tara.
Yes,
Tara.
ma'am.
Hi,
Yes.
Tara. And you are the owner of Fearless.
Yes.
Fearless. Tell us about Fearless.
So Fearless was actually birthed because of the disappearance of a friend of mine's daughter.
Okay.
And this friend, I have known her since high school, which was over 30 years ago for me. And she, her daughter disappeared. I have a daughter who's the same age as her daughter. I also
How
have
old
a
was the
son.
daughter? How old was the daughter?
At the time, she was 21. She's been missing
Okay.
for 3 years. And I also have a son who is a member of the LGBTQ plus community. He actually does pageants. He is a pageant winner. So,
what's your son's name? I'm sorry to be. What's your son's stage name?
His stage name is Sienna Diamond.
Never heard of it. Go ahead.
It's okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
So, okay, do you know, I'm sure you know Zakia, oh my gosh, Nations Foundation.
Zakia Zamassier?
Yes.
Never heard of him. Never heard of him.
So he was actually, my son was actually Miss Closet Ball, I believe, 2 years ago for Nations Foundation. So, but at any rate, with my daughter and my son, and then I have another son that's just a little, he have his moments. At the end of the day, I felt like that I needed to find something to at least help protect my daughter. And I ran across a product called Damsel in Defense. Well, Damsel in Defense is just that. It's products, their mission is to equip, empower, and educate women to protect themselves. However, as a independent damsel pro, you're not an instructor for self-defense. You can't claim to be an instructor for self-defense. You are basically a safety coach. I can sell you products. I can tell you how to use my products, but that was it. Well, I didn't want to just do that. I didn't want to stop there. And so I actually became a RAD instructor, and RAD stands for Rape Aggression Defense. So I do teach women and people who identify as women how to protect themselves through an actual system that teaches you kicks, they teach you punches, they teach you, how to get out of holes. So basically, the premise of RAD is to prevent you from being abducted. And then from there, I also became certified to give the NRA Refuse to be a Victim seminars.
Okay.
So that is all, again, something to help people to not become victims.
Right.
My shirt, this is actually a damsel shirt, but it says my life is worth the fight. And everybody else's is too. So I just wanted to make sure that when I talk to people that I'm not just selling them a product. I can teach you how to use that product. I can teach you how to defend yourself if you don't have a product. I can teach you how to, get your home staged to defend, yourself. Just, simple things, some things we've been doing since childhood, or we should be doing. I met a lady yesterday. She was saying she never locks her back door. And I had a whole speech that I wanted to give her, but then I had to remember she's grown. She can do what she want to do. But that kind of just hurt me to my heart, because I'm like, you just asking for somebody to come in your house.
Okay.
But
so you say that you cannot say that you're a self-defense class and all of that stuff. But have you ever thought about you can now?
Because of Fearless, and I've incorporated the actual training. So I actually hold a certificate for for teaching the RAD course. I'm certified now to teach the Refuse to be a Victim course. I'm actually a card carrier member of the RAD instructor group. So I love it.
That was gonna be my question. So since you said you couldn't do it, I was gonna ask if you would link up with somebody that could do it, but you are a card carrier member now, so now you have all of that.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is
that's the reason why. No, I was saying that's the reason why I went through and did all the rest of it and just kind of incorporated it, because instead of just saying that, you know, I'm a damsel in defense rep, now my business is fearless and I feature damsel in defense products.
Right, because usually it's damsel in distress, but you took that distress out of that and you said it's defense.
It's defense, and that is actually damsel in defense is a direct sales company that sells the products. It's just like Avon, Tupperware, things like that. But under that name, I cannot teach. Under Fearless, I can.
Okay, you done worked out all the kinks, baby. You know what you're doing, so they can't take you to court. I understand.
Yes,
but tell me this: what are some of the products that you sell?
Ooh, honey. So, I actually sell a couple things you can put on your keychain. I sell pepper spray, which this particular pepper spray, I love this pepper spray because this particular pepper spray actually has technology in the case. So once you actually activate the pepper spray, this little button here that's right under it where you would push down on it naturally, it actually sends a Bluetooth signal to your cell phone, and that signal in turn activates an app. And once that app is activated, it sends out a text message to up to 5 people to let them know that you are in trouble. And it also sends them a link with your Google Map location.
Oh, that is cool. That is so cool, honey.
Yes,
so they need to activate it. As soon as they get it, need to activate that and make sure it's synced with their phone so they can link up to 5 people, let them know. Now that's a great idea. I've never heard of that. Because when you said pepper spray, I was going to ask you, is it as strong as the pepper spray that the police use?
So I am in Chesterfield, Virginia. The police that are in my particular area, this particular pepper spray, it is legal and it is actually stronger than what the police carry. The police are in this area carry 10% OC pepper spray. Mine is 18. Mine is almost double what theirs is.
Oh, girl, you come on with it, honey. Send me 3 of those. Send me 3 of those.
I got you.
But I really like that. I really like that because that is something that, you know, that's really good for these kids and daughters that are going away to college, and they're going away to college out of state, and their parents are in another state. And that is a great, you know, go away gift to give to kids who are going to college, especially young ladies. And then you say that this whole project was started because of your friend's daughter being abducted. So that is a great product to give to, you know, girls especially, because you can, you know, notify up to 5 people when you're in trouble. Then the Google Map and all that is connected. That's a great product. What is another product that you have?
So I also have what we call it with Damsel a socket to me. This is actually in martial arts. It's actually called a kubaton, and this is actually a tool that you could put it on your keychain. You could just carry it around with you, and it's actually a striking tool. So basically, you can stab with it. It's made out of aluminum, so it's made not to break. And I actually have it paired with my pepper spray. And the reason for that is because there's actually another feature with this particular pepper spray as well. So you would wear this pepper spray on your wrist. And what happens is, say for instance, somebody takes this away from you. Once they actually pull this away, this pepper spray is now disabled. The only thing you can do with this pepper spray is if they tried to spray you, they would actually be activating that app for you. So they'd be doing you a favor. But once you get rid of this, I still have my Kubaton on my wrist.
Right.
And I'm still ready.
So tell me this, because of all the flight restrictions and everything, would they be able to carry that, travel with that on the airline?
You can travel with these, but you have to check them. So you would have to put them in your luggage. Both of these, yes, ma'am. Both of these products I actually received in another state because I was going to our conference. I traveled home with these in my checked luggage. So, and then another product that we have is actually our stun guns. These come in various colors, various sizes. This is actually one that I love but our stun guns are actually patented. And once this is actually a disabled pin, and again, you would wear it, so basically it becomes a part of you. It has a flashlight, so you always have a reason to have a flashlight, especially at night.
Okay.
And with that light, you also have your stun feature.
Yes.
Now, what's awesome about this is, again, if somebody takes it away from you, it renders it enabled because of that pin. So I can press this button all day long and it does not work. So they cannot use my stun gun on me.
Now you talking about they come in different colors. I don't care about the color. I just want to know that it works.
Yes,
that it
ma'am.
works. And then everything is on your wrist. Everything is on your wrist. So a girl ain't gonna be able to wear no bracelet and no watches. She gonna have to wear,
That's
her
okay.
protection on her wrist.
Absolutely. And then,
but thank you, Tara. And
no
Tara,
problem.
thank you. And I want you to give your website where people can get in contact with you, so if they want to buy some of these great products that you have.
Absolutely. My website is www.mydamselpro.net/Tara, Tara, and then Clark, Clark.
Tara Clark. I really want one of those. I really want one of those pepper spray.
Okay.
Girl, I need to get that to my niece, honey. I need to get that to my niece. Seriously, honey.
Okay.
Thank you. And God bless you with everything, honey. And I know you say nobody gonna mess with you, honey. Nobody gonna mess with you because you strapped.
And I know how to shoot, so we're all good.
You know.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
I don't teach concealed carry, but I do know people I can refer you to.
So if they don't adhere to one with all your products, then you're gonna go on and just take them on out with the bullets.
There you go. I'm warning you.
Thank you, and thank you for being a part of Black Pride, honey. RVA 2020, baby.
Thank you so much. You have a great day, Miss Sophia.
You're welcome. And tell your daughter I said, come on out the closet and go and do some real pageants. Stop doing them closet ball pageants. And I also need one of them stun guns for when I run into Zakiya Zamassier again.
No, I love her. You can't do that.
I love her too. That's my sister, honey. She hooks me up, baby. She's the reason I'm on here right now, honey.
Yay.
Well, you take care.
Sophia. You too.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. You're welcome. Hey. Now, I really love the idea about the pepper spray. How it, once you activate it and all that, and you could go and, hook it up. You have 5 people. It's just like a reference. You have 5 people. They already know. You got to give the people the heads up to let them know, honey, that this is something that you're doing and, what it is. I had this pepper spray I just bought, and when I activated, honey, I'm gonna use you as one of my references. If anything ever happened to me, if you get this notification, then you know that I'm in trouble and I need help. So I need you to do what you need to do. Yes, I really like that idea, especially for young ladies, honey. Who's next? We have, I think it's Dr. Laura Johnson. I'm not sure, but who's next? Hi, who am I with now? You are mute. I can't hear you.
Skincare.
What's your name?
Hi, I'm Laurie Johnson Brown, Ambrosia Natural Skincare.
Hi, your volume is really low. Are you away from me? You are far back from me.
Okay, hold on. Let me try this.
Laurie Johnson Brown. She's the owner of Ambrosia Natural Skincare, honey. Natural skincare products for men and women. Now she breakdancing.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but your video is frozen.
Am I moving?
Mm-hmm. But I can't hear her.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
You turn your ears off.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? Go over to Dr. Laura. I need you to go over to Tara's house. And look at all those wonderful products she had back there. I'm just anxious to find out what it is, honey. These products are for men and women, honey. She got the table set up so nice. See, technology is all in the way, honey. All those wonderful products, honey. The devil is big. Devil, move out of the way. Move out of the way so we can talk to Dr. Lori Johnson Brown. Put it back on the floor. Whatever you was doing at first, honey, you had it on the floor, honey. We just have to do what we could do with what we have, honey. Baby's doing these freeze photos. It look like we're doing a photo shoot. Yes, yes, that's it. That's a cream. Ladies and gentlemen, she's not gonna be able to tell y'all because those are creams. Now the ones in the black, those are for the dark skin black. So if your skin is really dark, then you have to use the one in the black box. But if you're a little lighter, then you use the one. I'm just kidding, honey. I'm just kidding. Oh, I think we're trying to fix our technical difficulty issue, and we're going to go back to Dr. Lori. But I think we're going to move on to our next person. Our next person is Ariane. You know, I'm a mess with people's name, honey. I don't be knowing people know how to pronounce people's name, honey. If it ain't Sheila, Sharon, Lisa, maybe I will mess it up, honey. So, hey.
Hey.
How are you? Is it Ariane?
Ariane, yes.
Ariane Green Vibe. Okay, Ariane, let me see what Ariane Green Vibe is. A boutique, custom plannery, cultivating good vibes daily. So you're dealing with plants.
Yes, I love plants. Love plant. I'm the plant lady right here.
You're the plant lady. So you love growing marijuana.
Not that type of plant. Just just your basic house plants. To help purify the air, good energy in your home. Every time my friends come over, they pretty much like. I feel like I'm in an oasis. Like this feels so good. The energy is good. So I decided to start a business to share that with my family, friends, and everyone. Everyone.
So tell me this: did you grow up in the country?
No.
Your grandparents in the country?
No, I'm from Buffalo, New York, so no.
Girl, shut up. Buffalo, New York. Buffalo, New York. Well, Buffalo, New York ain't nothing in there but rats and rodents, honey. So how did you develop this love for plants?
Just like a couple years ago, like everywhere I go, like even when I travel to different states, I like stop at a plant boutique and just pick out a plant and bring home. Even when I travel out the country, I bring back plants, but you ain't supposed to, but whatever. But I just love plants that much. It feels good. So I have like about 70 plus plants in my home alone. And then I was like, you know what? I got to share this with others because after a while, I'm going to be out of a home because I can't, put everything, fit all my plants in one. So, so I just decided to start Green Vibes RVA.
So explain to us what that is, Green Vibes RVA.
Green Vibes RVA is a boutique that have custom planneries of houseplants. I could show you here.
Oh, wow.
Yes, girl, yeah.
Girl, you have a green thumb for real.
Yes, beautiful plants. I love them all. So pretty much I just, find a nice special pot and just plant it for my customers so it's already put together. You ain't got to go home, get the dirt, find you a pot to, put the plant in. I pretty much do all that for you. So I just have a different variety of plants that I'm willing to sell. Succulents, pothos is my favorite plants because they grow real long and looks really great in your home. But yeah, this is pretty much the plants that I'm selling right here for my, my customers.
So although like they'll give you you get the pots and everything, and you'll put it together. Do you go out to people's homes and just like, if people want you to come out to their home and just like do a whole room or their whole house, they want you to, fix their house up with plants. Do you do that?
Absolutely, I would definitely do that. Most of my friends already asked me, like, all right, just come over and just, decorate my house and put the plants together and find me a cool plant. So that's what I pretty much do is like, you know, what plant works for you or what, you know, if you're looking for a small plant, big plant, pretty much I'll find it, find a nice pot for it, and then I'll go ahead and place it, you know, wherever in your home.
So are you working by alone, or you have a couple of people that you employ to help you?
No, I'm working alone by myself. Me and my wife, but pretty much is, you know, this is me. So I do most of the work.
This your idea. Now I fund it, but this your idea. This your baby. You go on and do all the work.
This is my baby. This is my baby.
So have you thought about, you know, like connecting up with companies and stuff and going and do stuff like that with companies?
So yeah, I have so in my family, my mom and my sister are pretty much like entrepreneur and you know, pretty much really talented and creative. So I pretty much was next month I think I'm gonna link up with my sister because she has like her own business called I Makeup and D and the shower design. So I'm gonna probably use like some of her artwork that she's a graphic designer. So I'm probably gonna use some of her artwork on my clay pots. My mom also designs like earrings, so I'm probably gonna put like some African faces on clay pots and then put some earrings on it and stuff like that, jazz it up a little bit. So, you know, I'm thinking that stuff, and then eventually I'm gonna, you know, link up with other people. If they have like candles, put like a candle and plant package together, or like a package that has like body care, plants, body butter, candles, all that together as a little care package too.
So good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Yes. All of your plants have good vibes because they've been touched by you.
Thank you. Yes, yes. That's right.
So usually people get plants for like birthdays and, you know, like for Mother's Day and all of that. So do you do stuff like that? People send you orders to?
Yes, I recently had an order to, you know, they wanted a plant for their neighbor, just for like a celebration of their anniversary. So I picked up the plant, put it together, wrote a little nice note in the card, and, you know, kind of delivered it at the door. So I would do all occasions. Just let me know ahead of time, and I don't mind, you know, doing a special delivery for it.
Yes, good vibes. Your plants have good vibes, son. And then, of course, with the death of Reverend C.T. Vivian and John Lewis, you know, within the last 24 hours, I know you do plants, you know, for funerals and all of that.
Yes. So anyone that wants any like condolences plants, I would definitely, you know, be offering that as well. So yeah, this is you know, to pick up that energy to, you know, especially what's going on in the world today. I feel like I share that happiness, that good energy, especially since you got to work from home, be at home all day. So you want to be surrounded with good oxygen.
Yes.
So yeah, just to keep your vibe going, keep your energy going through all this that's going on in the world. So
right, and that's what we need now. We need some good vibes and some good energy all throughout the world, not just the United States, but all throughout the world. Yes. So tell me this: where do you see your business, or where would you like for your business to be within the next couple of years?
I would hopefully be able to open like stores, and I want to do it like in different states in the United States. So like Dallas, I have my best friend living in Dallas. I want to open one in Buffalo, where my family's from. My dad's in Florida, so I want to open one there. So I just want to have like different locations. However, I want to be worldwide where anyone could purchase Green Vibes RVA plants.
Right, and I want you to do that too, but I want you to say all that over, but I want you to say, I'm going to open a store in Dallas. I'm going to open a store. Yes, good vibes. Good vibes gotta come from positive conversations, honey. I am going to open a store in Dallas. I'm going to open a store.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And tell that wife of yours she gonna help you when you open up all the different locations.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
All right, give everybody your website and everything where they can get in contact with you, get some of those good vibes to come to their places.
Yeah, so you can visit me on IG at Green Vibes RVA. I do have a website that will be coming soon, but it'll be www.greenvibesrva.com. My Cash App is also located at the bottom of the ticker as well. So if you want to do any donations or you want to buy all these plants, absolutely buy them all. But yeah, just, you know, hit me up. I'm here. I'm available. I'm ready for this.
Look, and before you leave, honey, we need to see that the best ivory that you have, because you know all Black people, they love ivories, honey. Where's the ivory?
Ivory? No, I ain't got no ivory. No ivory. But like, you know, this is a nice little cute baby right here.
Yeah, you don't have no ivory, just like telling black people you don't have no chicken.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I keep that in mind.
But congratulations with everything, and may God bless you to do all the things that you want to do with your businesses and open them up in different states and throughout the world, honey, because you can do it. You can do it. The sky's the limit.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Sophia.
You're welcome, Ariane Swift McKeeler. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the week. McKeller. Yes. You enjoy the rest of the weekend.
You too. Thank you again for supporting Black Pride RVA weekend as well. I appreciate it.
No problem. No problem.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Yes, honey, good vibes. That's what you need, honey. See, some of y'all need to get some of them plants, honey. Even if you're not a plant person, you need to go on to Good Vibes, because sometimes you invite people over your house and they bring them bad spirits in your house, honey, but you had a good vibe to combat the bad spirits that people bring over your house, honey. And once they leave, you say a little prayer and you are back in the company of good vibes. I love that. Honey, did y'all see how beautiful that looked when she had turned that camera around and we saw all that greenery inside? Usually we see the greenery stuff, but it's outside. Excuse me. But that's another thing, the older you get, to the younger people, the older you get, the more you start appreciating nature. Because just like she said, when she traveled around the world, when she traveled out of the country and everything, she bring different plants and stuff back, and you get to see different plants when you travel. So that's one thing that I like about traveling to all these different places, because you see like the architect work, and you also see like the different flowers, because there are some flowers they don't have here in the United States, and they don't have the flowers in the United States, but you don't realize that until you leave outside of the United States. And then when you go to a florist, they tell you, well, they don't have this here. I had to order this from such country. It's like, oh, okay. So Good Vibes. So make sure you check out Good Vibes, honey, because I'm telling you, everybody don't have a green thumb, but Ariane has a green thumb. Are we going back to Dr. Lori? Are we going to Latia? Let me see. It's Dr. Lori. Hi, Dr. Lori.
Hello. How are you? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now, but you're still doing a little freeze action and everything. But we're going to work with it, baby. We're going to work with it. So you work with skincare products for natural.
Yes, I'm far away from you guys. I'm in St.
What did you say?
I'm in Maryland. I'm in Southern Maryland, so I'm a little bit away from you guys. So it may be a little bit of a delay.
Oh, okay. So you work with natural skincare products for men and women. So what made you want to work with skincare products for men and women? Because usually it's just skincare products for women.
Well, I initially started making my skincare products just for me, and people asked me, would I make it for them? For men, I actually had a man ask me, do I make beard oil or beard butters for them? And that's when I taught myself how to make beard butters and beard oil. So that's how I got to men. But for women, it was for me because I'm allergic to a lot of things. So I make my own skincare and I use my own line every day myself.
Okay. Now, what are some of the great products that you have that you made for yourself that now you sell to everyone else?
Well, let's come over here and take a look. I just brought out some of my products I'm at Shepherd's Oakfield Market in Leonardtown, Maryland. I'm also at RVA Clippers in Richmond, Virginia, there at Cheesy's shop. She gave me an opportunity to be in there, so my men's products are in there as well. What I have here is just a sampling of what I do. I make ambrosia hair oil. Everything that I have is chemical free. It has all natural oils like your olive oil, your avocado oil, your black seed oil, your shea butter, your coconut oils. I also put natural essential oils in everything I make based on the things that we have going on in our body. So for our hair oil, I'm trying to grow my hair back. So I made a hair oil that would nourish my hair and my scalp. I also do a natural honey shea butter. And honey is very, very nourishing and healing to our skin. So I make the natural shea butter. Everything is made right here in my home. As you can see, it's a very creamy consistency. And what this is for everyday use from head to toe. I use some of my shea. I can use it in my scalp. I use it all from head to toe. Since we haven't been able to go to nail shops and salons for pedicures and things, I do my own stuff at home. I use my shea butter on my feet at night, put my socks on. You have a very nice, soft skin in the morning. For men, I would say I have my beard butters. I have beard shampoo. I have beard oil because some people like the oil, some people like the butter. And I also have body wash for men because men like to smell good too.
Yes.
I do hand soaps for your bathroom or your kitchen. I do bath soap. I also have started because
Okay, you probably gonna have to stop moving because you're freezing and the sound is going in and out.
if you can't put it in your body, you shouldn't put it on your body.
Do you make candles?
Okay, in your body. I do not. Everything is for your skin. I do not make candles. Not now. I do deodorants, shampoos. I also make healing styles. I don't know. And what the healing styles do is fibromyalgia, and I use mine because I have constant pain.
Well, let me ask you this: what did you use today?
People
Because
that are
your
dealing with
skin.
gout, I make it and it works. And
Well, let me ask you this: what are you using today? Because your skin is really glowing today.
Oh, today I use my black soap, which is what I wash my face with, and I use my honey shea on my face all the way down. I use my oil. That's it. I don't wear a lot of makeup and all of that. This is me. See, that's all me.
Okay. Now
I had a lot of acne. I had a lot of acne and a lot of breakouts and stuff. So I had to figure out what to do for me because I spent a lot of money in dermatology bills and I was still not looking the way that I wanted to look. And I found that some of the chemicals in there heal one thing but harm another. No chemicals in any of this.
Now you mentioned black seed oil. You mentioned black seed oil earlier, and then somebody introduced me to black seed oil earlier this year, and I had no idea about no black seed oil, and they say it is a great product. So could you, elaborate a little bit about the black seed oil?
I sure can. Black seed oil is really black human oil, and it says it's supposed. Well, I don't want to say it. In Islam, and the Muslims say that black seed is supposed to cure anything but death. And that something in the Quran said that. Black seed oil is in every product that I make because of its properties and healing qualities. Everything I make has two things. It has tea tree oil and black seed oil. The two of those together, tea tree oil is like a disinfectant. So right now we need that tea tree oil in everything that we do because of all of the germs and the corona and all of that. A lot of times you can't find it because those of us who do natural know that we need the tea tree oil to help us when you can't find the Clorox. So those two, the black seed and the tea tree, that's in everything. Black seed helps with the blemishes in your skin when you put it on your skin. I actually take black seed myself, the actual capsule. I take black seed for hot flashes. So for us women that have hot flashes, I find for me that it works better than anything else. I don't take any other I don't take estrogen or any of those kinds of things because of, some personal preferences, but the black seed has worked. And my wife found that out at one of the vitamin shop stores from one of the vitamin shop people. Our household here, we are a household that believes in entrepreneurship. So even here we have, as a part of what we do, we also have Sister of the Leaf Custom Designs, which is my wife's business too. She makes customized numbers, which are for your cigar lovers, women and men, because we have some for females. And she also makes the bracelets. So we do a lot here in our home. And it's because we want to leave a legacy. We want to leave something for someone else. I live in the legacy. I'm from Richmond, and I am the daughter of Tiffany Colby. God rest my mother. I'm the granddaughter of Alexis Colby. Hey, Grandma. I I come from a legacy of folks, LGBT folks, that did it themselves. I want to do something to leave for my children, my 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 adopted children, and my family children, that they can see Mama did something.
Right.
Mama
And then you
left
say that,
something for us.
and then your products are not chemical based. They don't have chemicals in them, and that's a good thing. And then it took us black people a long time before we realized the damage that, when people talk about going to get a perm, it's just
Yeah.
like, then it's just like we didn't know the damage that was doing, not only in our hair, but that stuff was just penetrating throughout our bodies, honey. But I'm glad that you're doing all of this and it's not chemically based, honey. So tell everybody your website and address and all that stuff where they can get some of these fine products.
You can find me on Facebook at Ambrosia Natural Skincare. You can find me on IG at Ambrosia Natural Skincare. You can reach me at 302-379-4492. You can also you can send me a DM, a IM. You can order there as well. For our bracelets and our numbers, it's SOTL, Sister of the Leaf Custom Designs with a Z. You
And
can
you
find
say
us
you were
on
selling your
Facebook.
product. You say you were
Pardon?
selling your products out of a few businesses, and one of those
Yes,
businesses.
you can find me at RVA Clippers on Arthur Ashe Boulevard in Richmond, Virginia. I just love saying that. And you can find me at Shepherd's Old Field Market in Leonardtown, Maryland, behind the fire department. And we're open there Wednesday through Sunday, 10 to 7, and on Sunday, 11 to 7. Wonderful, wonderful market with all small businesses. And we want to shop small, we want to shop black. And I want to shop LGBTQ plus all the rest of it. I can't remember all the other letters, but I want to shop us. I want to keep our money in our community.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Laura, I want to thank you. And I can tell you rested up well all week long, getting ready for this, because your skin is glowing, like I said, and then your setup is so nice, honey. So hopefully
Thank you
everybody
so
just,
much, baby.
you are so welcome, and hopefully everybody just run to your website and run to the stores where your products are being sold, because, like you said, that black seed oil, honey, it's getting ready to take over, honey.
Yes, you better say it, and you better tell all your girlfriends about it, because that black seed is no joke, and it's
No, it's not.
wonderful for you inside and out.
And out. Yes. All right. I love you and take care. And
I
thanks for
love
being a
you,
part of Black
mwah.
Pride RVA
Keep being
2020.
fierce,
And
baby.
enjoy the
Yes.
rest of
Bye
your
bye.
weekend. Bye bye.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, honey, black seed oil is taking over, and those natural-based skincare products, and like men and women are both, taking care of their skins now, because you got these men talking about they metrosexuals, honey. No, they gay. That's why they take care of their skin, honey. But yes, y'all need to take advantage of those, and it's all natural-based, honey. So no chemicals, no chemicals. 'Cause like she said, she started her company because she was breaking out and she had acne problems, and she was finding out. She come to find out that some of the stuff that was in stuff that she was using to treat her acne was making it worse. So yeah, natural based skincare products. You can't go wrong with those. So hit her up, yeah. But I think we're getting ready to go to Latia Daniels. Is Latia Daniels on deck? She's the owner of Auntie Academy. Is this Latia? Latia? Oh, this Virginia. Oh, this Virginia R. Coleman, owner of VCR Creation, a mixed media and laser cut artist. Hi,
Yes.
Virginia.
Hello.
How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you today?
I'm good, girl. You was busy doing something before we chimed in, honey.
I am creating. I'm always creating.
Always creating. So tell us about your the mixed media and laser cut artist. What is that all about?
I started out as a painter, watercolor
As
painter, acrylic painter. Can you hear me okay?
yes.
And recently I bought a laser. And what happens with the laser is, can you see this piece on the wall?
Yes, yes, I can see it.
Let me bring this around. Let
It's
me
like a
put some lights
family.
on. What I do is I cut out pieces with wood and I make creations. Um, and I make anything you want to think of. I make keychains. Of course, my brain just stopped. Keychains, bookmarks, door hangers, one of a kind pieces of art, coasters. I'm going to move this so I can show you around the studio.
You make kids?
Keychains?
No kids. I see a kid behind you. You make kids? What happened? Where did she go? Where did she go? Come back, Virginia. Virginia, come back. Where did she go? This technology, honey. Y'all know how technology is, child. I be telling y'all, honey. Some people, they'll go the wrong way, honey. Listen to GPS. They know the way, but they'll go the wrong way. Listen to the GPS. We're just having some technical difficulties, honey. She'll be back. Trust me, she'll be back, honey. Virginia, oh, Virginia, where are you? She's created, honey. She's created. There she is. I knew you was coming back. Yeah, stop moving that camera, child. You put us out, girl. If you didn't want us there, just let me know, honey. We'll leave.
You see the kid now, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the granddaughter. This is the assistant. She stays in the studio. She helps with everything.
So you say that your products, you start off with wood. Everything is wood based.
Everything is wood based or acrylic based or paintings. I also create lots of paintings. All of these paintings you see along the wall here.
Okay.
So this is the studio. And in the studio, there are lots of pieces.
Okay.
Then you always have someone that wants football, tea party, man caves, garages. Then it's sun and moon. Then you have this piece here was just commissioned. And again, that's football.
I need that.
You need that?
I know somebody who is a diehard Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
Well, they would love this one. You can see the size of it. And then there's portraits.
Who is that?
Portraits. This is a local pastor. That's who that is.
Look, he may be local, but let me get that. Let me screenshot that, honey. I'll let you know if he's local only.
So then this one is my grandson.
Oh.
And then as we go around the studio, this I just did for Juneteenth.
Okay, that's cool.
Another portrait. Then we have more artwork. This corner seems to be a little dark. So this studio is that's where the mixed media comes in. The paintings are, they have dimension. They're not flat paintings. And
so all this is done on, the paintings are done on canvas?
These are done on canvas. So as I said, not only do I work with wood and acrylic, making anything somebody wants in personalized gifts, The paintings
Go
is where
back.
I started.
Go back. Stay right there. Stay right there.
Which one?
That one right there. They're gonna come to your house and ask you to take that out.
Which one? This one?
Yes, they taking Aunt Jemima off the shelves in the store.
I was waiting for you to say something about that. That was part of the series. Where it went from slavery to this one.
Oh, okay. Michelle.
So it went from, yes, with Michelle. So it went from slavery to Michelle.
From Hattie
and had
McDaniel
everything
to
in
Michelle
between.
Obama.
All those, let's see, with Michelle Obama, she even has something in her eyes.
She saw that she was going to marry a president. She saw it in her future. I'm going to marry a president.
Uh-oh, what happened?
I don't know.
There we are. So
we back. You hitting it. It's back.
There it is. So then we have mixed media. This is the granddaughter. This is wood. So you know how we normally see people will have these nameplates on their walls,
right?
But it maybe doesn't represent the African American community. So I decided to make some out of wood that was Africa. Then there's Ankhs. Then there's anything that anybody wants to see. So you place an order, and I create what you want.
So you are the creator, but what if somebody come to you with a creative idea? Can you bring their creative idea to life?
Yes. I'm gonna put this down and sit. Yes, I can.
So, where can people get in contact with you so they can get some of your art if they want to purchase some of your art?
They can get in contact with me at www.vrcoleman.com.
Okay, you say the mixed media. The mixed media is because you have art that's based with the wood, and then you have other things that are like, paint on canvas and stuff. So that's the mixed media. Yep. You're mixing the different type of arts with different types of
I started with painting on canvas.
Okay.
My paintings are all over the world, and I've been in most of the local area venues, as well as the different art venues all around Virginia. And it started with that. And then I saw an advertisement for a laser cutter. So then I bought that expensive laser cutter to take that art to another level. So it wouldn't just be the flat canvases. So it would be dimensional pieces that could come out from the wall. And then it went from there to people asking me, Virginia, can you cut particular earrings for me? Can you cut bookmarks? Can you cut keychains? So whatever a person wants, I cut it. I will draw it up, create it, and then cut it out of wood. Or if they want a painting, I will paint a painting for them.
Okay, just looking at your artwork around the room, you do some magnificent work. And I just want to know, have you been commissioned to do anything for a museum or have your artwork put in a museum?
It's been in the Black History Museum here in Virginia. And then there are some other galleries. I've been in quite a few galleries. And Paris, Africa, England, and quite a few states across the United States.
So how long is it going to be before we have Virginia Coleman's gallery?
That probably won't. That probably won't happen. Be quiet.
What the grandbaby say? What the grandbaby say?
Grandbaby's saying that's what she's waiting for. But the grandbaby
yeah, come here, grandbaby. Come here, grandbaby.
Come here, grandbaby.
What's the grandbaby name?
What's your name?
Natalie. See, Virginia, you have to let Natalie dream for you because you just stop dreaming. You just want the dream to stay there in that house. But Natalie said that's what she's waiting for. And I'm gonna tell you right now, even if you don't do it, Virginia, I'm telling you right now what's gonna happen. Even if you don't do it, because Natalie sees that vision for you, even if you don't do it, Natalie is going to pick up the torch and she's going to make it happen for you.
And see, that's what I am praying for. That's what I'm hoping for the torch to go on to her. So
because I'm telling you, just look at just the tour that you gave us. That stuff is, girl, that stuff deserves to be in a museum, honey. Although you got it there, you got it laid out and stuff, and I think God, that's what God is doing to you. He's filling it up, but you don't have no more room to put it in that room. So you're gonna have to go and get you a museum. Natalie, you go on and start looking for a building so your grandmother can put her stuff in the museum, because it's gonna happen.
Thank you so much.
You are so welcome, and thank you. And like I'm saying, everybody, y'all get in contact with Virginia, because y'all see for yourself that she has some wonderful, wonderful work. And you can't go wrong with arts. And the stuff that I like about what we're doing, you cannot go wrong with art and plants and skincare products, because all of these products that we are featuring today are great gift ideas. Christmas, birthdays, holidays, all of that. And then it's just like, graduation. Somebody could commission you to do a special piece for a graduate, a wedding anniversary, and all of that stuff. Yeah, girl, you go on, keep creating it, honey. Keep creating, honey. Put it on the floor. Just start lining up on the floor, honey. You're going to have to get you a museum. You are so welcome, and thank you. God bless you, and call me when you have the ribbon cutting ceremony for the museum.
I will call you. Please come over.
Bye, Natalie. Bye. Thank you, Virginia. Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you, Sophia.
You're welcome. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
You too.
Thank you. Baby, that is some nice artwork. That is some nice artwork, honey. And then it's just like, that is a gift. That is a gift for a person to be able, I've always said, for a person to be able to paint and draw, the gifts that I admire the most, not that everybody's gift is not a gift, I'm just saying the gifts that really stand out to me is a person who is an artist that can paint and can draw and do all that stuff, and a dancer, a trained dancer. Those are two gifts to me that are just unmatched, honey, because girl, because I'm telling you right now, when I was in grade school, I always wanted, two things that I've always wanted to do. I always wanted to play the piano, and I've always wanted to draw. And I could never get past the stick figures when it comes to drawing, honey. All I'm going to draw a stick man, a stick family, a stick house. But, to take some art, just take some wood. She said she started out with wood, to take wood and then just, create a whole photo. Did you see that picture with, it's just like different faces, different bodies, just like a picture of a family photo, honey. But to just take that and then to add color to it and all that, that is truly a gift when people can draw and paint and dance. But let me see who we're going to. I think Latia, I was trying to jump the gun and go to Latia, but I think it's Latia Daniels. Yes, is Latia next on deck? Where's Latia? Latia! Where is she? Where is she? Where is Latia? Where is Latia? Where is Latia? What? That is not Latia.
Unfortunately, Latia couldn't join us today, so Latia is not here, Miss Sophia.
Oh, where's Latia?
It was her wife's birthday today. And so I think she just might have overbooked herself.
Well, then she chose the Academy. She chose the wife. She chose the wife over us. What kind of sense that make? But she was Auntie Academy, esteemed and pre-K at home educational curriculum kit that helps parents educate their children at home. I really wanted to talk to her today because the situation that we're in right now with the coronavirus, and then they're talking about not having school, in school, and they're going to have to be, home taught, the students. Now, I am not for the home teaching for the kids, the elementary and the junior high, but senior high and college, they could do the online class. but the kid, like she had a kit, like this is the kit to help parents educate kids. And that's the problem that I had with, them trying to educate the kids at home, the elementary school and the junior high school, is because the parents are going to have to be involved if the kids are going to be taught at home. And a lot of the parents can't be involved if the kids are being taught at home because the parents are going to be outside working. So it's just like, I really wanted to talk to her because she has this kit that's available. So, hopefully y'all can give out her website and everything, and people with younger kids could, reach out to her to see what all of that is about, because we are moving to the age where with this coronavirus, honey, we're going to have to, have these kids taught at home. But and then all these Republicans and these people talk about, sending kids to school because the kids need to go to school, honey. They, falling back and all that. It's like, child, please, honey, anybody finna send nobody to no school if it's not safe. Send your mama in there. I'm not sending my kids in there. Send your mom and your dad, and your grandma and your cousin in there. But I'm not sending my kids to no school if you cannot assure me that it is safe and they're not going to come down with coronavirus. And then their argument is, kids are not carriers. Kids are carriers. Kids don't, it don't affect kids the way it affects adults. But kids can be carriers, and the kids are going to be taught by adults. And the kids, when they go to the cafeteria, they're going to be fed by adults. So those kids that can be carriers can carry the disease to the adults that are teachers and they're working in the cafeteria, and the janitors and everybody else that work at the school. But I hate that Latia is not here. But we're going to Natasha Crosby. That's who's next, Natasha.
Yes, yes.
Natasha, let me see. Natasha Crosby. Queen Coins and Financial Literacy and Investment Educational Site. Focus on generating wealth within the Black and POC queer community. Natasha,
Miss
what's
Sophia,
up? What's happening?
What's going on with you?
You got it. You got a double job today. You Jamaican?
I'm triple Jamaican today. That's what it is.
So explain to us about this queer coins and financial literacy.
So Queer Coins is a site focused on educating Black and POC queer folks on basically how to get money, how to sustain yourself, your family. For such a long time, we know that people in this community go without, right? We are significantly unhoused. We are significantly unemployed, significantly not business owners. And so we need to have a vehicle that starts to change that for the people in our community. And so I saw a need, and I'm gonna fill it.
Okay. So what are some of the things that you have seen that have been positive response from your endeavor?
So a lot of people, I was on a discussion not too long ago with a prominent member of the Black LGBTQ community. Her name is Brooklyn Wright, and we had a great discussion about buying mortgage notes as a way of investing. And so things like that, people aren't necessarily aware of all the ways that you can get money out here, right? You don't necessarily have to have only a 9 to 5. You could have a side hustle that where you trade. You could do forex, real estate investment, day trading, business ownership, life insurance policies, which is a very little known subject in just the overall Black community, but definitely in the queer Black community as well. So the reception that I've received so far from this has been great.
Now, you talking about generating wealth within the Black community, and one of the things that a lot of Black people miss out on is that there are a lot of grants and funds that are available to them when they're starting new businesses and creating wealth within their community. Do you all address issues like that during the seminars and stuff?
Absolutely. And actually, just I believe it was just yesterday, we found out about a long-standing opportunity in the city of Richmond called the CARE Act. It was enacted in 1992 specifically for care districts, which are typically Black districts within the city of Richmond. So we're talking Hull Street, Fulton Hill, Meadow Bridge, North 25th, where they found $500,000 that's supposed to go to these Black businesses in these Black business districts. So that's a little known point in RVA, right? Not too many people are aware of this long-standing CARE Act, and so that is something that we here at Queer Coins are going to make sure that everyone knows about. That they have a fund specifically for uh, Black business districts to be able to pull from to help garner a vibrant Black business district.
And, I'm good at spending other people's money, but I've been wanting to hold on to mine. And talking about creating wealth and stuff, is there a conversation being had where you all are seeking like different people to come together and donate their funds? Say like you get 4 people and each person donates like $25,000 and y'all get a building and go and just like put businesses in the Black community, because we're talking about creating wealth for our own communities and stuff, and creating businesses in the gay community. Because I know when we go out of town to these different gay events, it seems like the white gay community always have everything set up. It's just like they have bookstores. I'm talking about where they actually have books where they go read and all of that. And then they have their own restaurants. They have T-shirts and people like the stuff that we have been featuring on here. People with the flowers and the skincare and all that. All these shops will be in these streets on this strip in the gay community. So it's just like, have we had the conversation, or are we having a conversation where we're trying to get wealthy Black people to come together and put their money together so we can build our own community within the community where we can spend our money right there with our people?
Absolutely. So anybody who knows me knows that I am a big proponent of investment clubs. And so that is something that we are getting started right here in RVA. So with Black Pride RVA, UGRC, and other organizations and people around town, the Human Connection, shout out to the Human Connection. We will be investing in properties here in Richmond and other investment vehicles, right? Real estate isn't the only vehicle for investment, but it is a prominent vehicle, and we will take advantage of it. And especially with myself being a local realtor here in the area, I definitely champion ownership, and investment clubs are an excellent way to go about group economics and collaborative efforts.
And when you talk about wealth and people building wealth and all that, a lot of people, they are just turned off because they don't want, because they, oh, that's gonna be boring. I don't want to sit in there and da 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 da. So what can you say to those people to let them know that you're gonna have to switch that to stop thinking that it's boring and it's empowering. So how can we have the conversation to get those people to stop looking at stuff like that as bored? Because everything in our community, it seems like everything has to come with some drinking and some eating and some smoking. But when you're sitting down talking about stuff that's going to empower them and put money in their pocket and build a future for them, they don't want to do that. So what's the conversation can you have with those people to let them know that, honey, these are the things that we're going to have to do so we can get to where we want to go?
So, like I said before, we know that our community specifically does not have the financial base yet to provide for one another and to provide for our individual families, right? So when you say learning about investments and wealth building can be boring, I say it's boring to have to sit at home and not be able to afford to do nothing. You know what I mean?
Hello.
It's boring when you got a family and you can't take that vacation, or you can't buy that house, or you're not able to provide in the way that you want to. That's boring to me. It's exciting to be able to take your family on a vacation. It's exciting to be able to put a roof on your head. So many of our Black LGBTQ youth and young adults are unhoused. You know what I mean? They sleep outdoors. And so let's change that. I'm not saying that that's boring, because that's a very
real
exciting life, right? To have to live outside, but you don't have to do that. We can make a change. We can make a change right now and start to empower people to take it upon themselves, to educate themselves, to better their own lives today. So it's not boring to be able to take yourself out the gutter. It's extremely exciting to know that you do no longer have to live that way, that you have the right, not only the right, you have the, what's it called? You have the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? So you have the right to life, you have the right to liberty, you have the right to pursue happiness. And in this country, wealth is pretty equivalent to happiness. So let's get it.
Come on, Pastor. Come on, Pastor. You just brought a word. So give everybody the website where they can get in contact with you.
Follow us at queer.coins on IG, Facebook, YouTube, all over that. And so that is at queer.coins all over social media.
So you do workshop. People can hire you to come and conduct a workshop.
Absolutely, absolutely. As the president of the Richmond LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce, I had to plug my folks. You can definitely call on myself or any of us to help have this conversation about wealth building.
All right. Well, thank you, Natasha. Natasha also working behind the scenes, so she's the one that's putting this together for us, child. She's the one bringing everybody in and out. She is the what are you? What they call you? Are a technical person.
Yes. I'm the triple Jamaican today.
Yeah. So then when I'm gonna have to call back.
No offense.
Who was that? I'm gonna have to get back with Virginia. Who was that was having sound issues, honey? Dr. Laurie. You and Dr. Laurie, y'all didn't do that sound check before the show. What was going on with Dr. Laurie and that sound?
You know, you can't.
No, you know what?
You know what I mean?
You know what? In Dr. Laura's defense, I'm gonna tell you what it was because I experienced that myself. That's why I'm on my phone as opposed to my computer. I don't know what it is about this computer. When I'm on the computer, when I move around a lot, it just freezes. And that's why I had to stop doing my YouTube show on my computer because it's just like when I move, it'll freeze or it'll just cut off and stuff. So it's just like it was that move. That's why I was telling her you probably gonna have to stop moving because you was reaching for the items and showing us different stuff. So it's not you. It wasn't you. I'm just being funny, honey. But it wasn't you, honey. It's just that all that moving around and certain computers can't do it. You can't do all that moving around with them old computers.
She gonna say, like that. She did the best she could. She did the best she could.
Yeah, we made it through, but we made it through, honey. We made it work because that's what we do.
Yes.
When life throws you lemons, what you do?
You make lemonade.
No, ma'am, you throw them back. Are you the last one we're interviewing today, Natasha?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Well, I want to thank you all for allowing me to be here to host this. I really enjoyed it, and I want everybody to really, we're not just talking, we didn't just have these people on just to have them on. We want you all to support all of our vendors that we had on today, because that's one of the conversations that we always have. We need to support Black businesses. We need to support Black businesses. And then it's just like even with the marches, Black Lives Matter marches, everybody, we need to support Black business. We need to support Black business. Then when they start looting and rioting and tearing down these businesses and burning these businesses up and everything, people start putting signs and well, this is Black owned, don't burn this. This Black owned, don't burn this. But even before the looting and the rioting, a lot of people, and we have to have honest conversation with our people, a lot of Black people are turned off because they try to do what we say we want, and they put these businesses up in the Black neighborhood. Then they go to work, they work hard selling their products, they go home, they get their little nice rest, go back home to the business the next day, somebody broke into it in the Black neighborhood. So it's just like we have to start not only supporting Black businesses, but we have to start, respecting Black businesses and stop, breaking in businesses and stuff, because when people break into businesses, it makes it bad for the whole community. And then on top of that, it puts a bad taste in people's mouth because people get upset with Oprah Winfrey because they feel like Oprah Winfrey got all the money Oprah Winfrey have. They think Oprah Winfrey should do everything for the Black people in the Black community. Everything should be black, Oprah Winfrey, black. But try, it's just like when people who do have money, just like Oprah Winfrey, try to give us a chance, honey, we put a bad taste in their mouth by breaking in their business and stuff. And then some people, they rebuild. But then and the same thing happens over again. I know there's a restaurant here in Atlanta. It's called Lori Ann's. Lori Ann's, honey, they had a restaurant. Black business, black area, break into it. Fix it back up, break into it, tear it down. So it's just like, then they got insurance, it's not about the insurance. It's about us trying to build wealth within our community. And the only way we're gonna be able to do that when one black business coming in and they see other black people see that business is successful, that it's not being broken into and all of that, then guess what? Another person is gonna come put another black business next to that black business because it's like she's thriving, she's making it in this neighborhood, and then these people are respecting it, they don't break in, and when somebody break in it, you tell on them. Tell who it is. Stop talking about, I ain't gonna be no rat. I ain't no rat. You're gonna have to tell it. Tell it, because they're not only hurting you, they're hurting us. They're hurting the community. And we're trying to build a community where we don't have to go to Lennox, where we don't have to go to all these white malls. We can go over to Miss Sharon's. We can go to Mr. Kelly's. We can go to these black-owned businesses and stuff. And then it's just like, we have to have the respect. You got to have the respect for people, first of all, and then you got to have respect for the businesses. Because if you don't have respect for people, honey, you're not gonna respect their business and stuff. But it's just like the mentality. We have to change our whole mentality, honey, when it comes to black people and black business, because you saw too, and then you out there doing the work, trying to help our people, our community, and our people. And then it's just like the skincare products, that we've displayed today. It's just like no chemicals, no chemical based, all natural. And then it's just like for years. And I remember when I was a little girl, and that was the thing that a whole lot of black girls couldn't wait to become adults because they wanted to get a perm. They wanted to put the perm in their hair, and the parents wasn't letting the kids put no perm. I'm not putting no perm in your hair. If you want to do that, you wait till you get grown. Right now, I'm gonna go in here, I'm gonna wash it, and I'm gonna dry it, and I'm gonna put some grease on it, grease your scalp, and put these plaques on your head. If you're not getting no perm. But then, for years and years and years, our people just putting those chemicals in their head, and then Chris Rock come out with the movie and showed us the damage that these chemicals were doing to our hair. But they were selling these products over the counter. A child could go to the store and buy a permanent and take it home and let their parents put it in it, all that stuff. And then it's just like, we have people who have, chemical-free product for us. And a lot of those chemicals, they ain't saying, but a lot of those chemicals, Tasha just laughed, a lot of those chemicals, they causes, cancer. They causes cancer and different diseases that we have to suffer with, just like, I ain't gonna go there with that, honey, but because I'm still doing it myself, eating that soul food. Eating that soul food, girl. And then it's just like the good vibes with those plants and stuff, good vibes. Just how many times you have people, then some people come over your house. And it's not the people that come over your house that you invite, it's the people that they bring with them. Sometimes people come over your house and they done brought somebody with them. And child, they coming in there, and this is like, girl, I ain't getting no good feeling from that person. Oh, child. Oh, and then back in the day, the old people, they had spray, honey. And then they go, when you leave, honey, they get their holy oil. Oh, honey, I don't know what that was that Junior brought up in here, but honey, let me get my oil. So, she had those plants, good vibes, honey. When she turned the camera, I'm telling you. But anyway, shout out to all other people that we displayed today because they were ready. When they turned this camera on, and then when she turned that camera and switched from that picture of her with them few plants on that shelf, and then she turned to show that whole green, that's just like, and and I was telling the older I get, the more I enjoy nature. And when she turned that, it's just like, girl, that was beautiful. All that greenery in there, she got a green thumb, child. All that greenery in her house, and that's something that I'm starting to enjoy outside the house now. When you see the greenery, when you travel, when you go to different places, and you see just the scenery, just so green and so pretty. But when I was younger, honey, just like you, when you was younger, we was younger, honey. All we knew is that it was green one while, and then the trees, the leaves to turn brown. They the fair child. When it's gonna turn green again? We didn't care about, we didn't look at that child. That is so beautiful. That is so beautiful. Da, da, da. So it takes you getting older. So hopefully a lot of young kids, they don't wait till they get older before they start enjoying nature, honey, and the beauty of nature. Same thing with going on cruises and all that, honey. You just get out, get on that water. When you wake up one morning and you go, it ain't nothing but water. Just water all around, honey. You appreciate that, honey. And then we had the artwork. Oh my God, that artwork. She needs a museum. And it's just like we're talking about. And see, she just like with her, this lady that put her life into creating all this art. And then I'm telling her to go get a museum. And then she trying to help us and set a museum up in our neighborhood. And then somebody go in there and break in her museum and steal her art or destroy her art. Those are one of a kind, things. That is something that she has put her life into. And then you know how hurt she would be if somebody break into her shop and she trying to help us. And another reason that we like to, we trying to build our community and everything is because this stuff, the property value in our community go up when you have stuff like that in the community. So that's another conversation that we need to have with people to educate them that the property value go up. And then to the people that want to know why you got to go so far to go to Walmart, why you have to go so far to go to Kroger's, why they don't have, a churches in your neighborhood, why they don't have this in your neighborhood, because y'all are high risk. Y'all are high risk for that business. So they're not going to take the risk of putting their business in there because they're going to put more money into, building it and rebuilding it when y'all break in it and everything. So it's just like, no, we're not gonna even worry about that headache. We ain't gonna even invite the headache into our arena, honey. But and then the young lady that had the situation with the keychain and all of that, the mace and all that. How creative was that? I have never, since I have been dealing with people or seeing people with mace, nobody has never came up with an idea as creative as she came up with. She had a mace can that once you activate it syncs with your phone, and then it syncs with the Google Map to show where you are, your location and all that. And then when you use it, you can put up to 5 people on there. You can list up to 5 people that will receive a notification when you use your mace. When you use your mace, mama, daddy, my cousin, my uncle, they getting a notification. Because it's just like, oh, Sharon in trouble. She just used where her location. And then I thought about it when she did that. It's just like, it's no different than, find your phone. If we could put these apps on, help me find my phone, then we surely can help me find my child. So, and then she created it, and it was because, but it's just like, the old people say, just like, you have to go through bad. You have to go through bad to get to some good. And there's some good in all bad. And the thing about it is, her friend's daughter had to come up missing for her to create that. So if her friend's daughter never came up missing, she probably would have never created that. So there was some good that came out of a bad situation. But baby, y'all have done the damn thing today, honey. And I just hate I could be in Virginia. We could do this, in person, honey, but we got to be safe.
Well, Miss Sophia, we couldn't have done it without you. So thank you so much.
Yes, you could have done it without me, but you bet not have done it without me.
And we definitely would love to have you back next year. Hopefully we can be live and in person, and we definitely want you back next year.
Well, it was just like I was telling I am going to have a shop in Dallas. I am going to have a shop in you are going to have me back next year. Ain't no hope you're going to have me back, but I have enjoyed this. What else do y'all have on the schedule for the rest of the weekend?
So next up, we are going to play our conversation about the intersectionality of being Black and LGBTQ+. And then after that, this evening, we are having our kickback with DJ Rayvon. That'll be at 9 p.m. So we have our video coming up next. And then later on this evening, we'll be kicking back with DJ Rayvon.
DJ Rayvon, okay, that's what all the entanglement gonna go on with DJ Rayvon, huh? Girl, the entanglement, honey. What time the entanglement start with DJ Rayvon?
It starts at 9 p.m. Come get this entanglement.
Oh, hey man! And then tomorrow, what's on the agenda for tomorrow?
And then tomorrow, Sunday at 1 p.m., we have Rights for Rights with Corintima Pierce and Abena Pierce Williams as well. So
hold on. Say that again. Rights to Rights with who?
It's going to be Rights for Rights with Corintima Pierce Williams, the great Corintima Pierce Williams, and Abena Pierce Williams as well.
Well, could you get Corinthima on the line right now? Because I want to know who named Corinthima. Corinthima. I ain't never heard of it. That's the all person name, Corinthima. The great, did you say the great Corinthima?
The great
Corinthima. Corinthima. Rights to Rights.
Rights
with
to
Corinthima.
Rights.
With Corinthima.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you all right now this young man. Is it a man or woman?
A woman.
I want to introduce to you a young lady that I met back when I was in college. Corinthima and I, we go way back. We are AKAs together. I remember when Corinthima and I, we went to McDonald's one time and they got her order wrong. And Corinthima stood up there and she didn't use no cuss words. She was really being really nice to the person, saying that, you know, I said black coffee, no cream, but you put, you know, cream in my cup. But Corinthima would not go off. But then I came in there and I started cussing and everything. And Corinthima went off on me and told me, calm down, calm down. Corinthima, and who else gonna be there?
Abena Pierce Williams. The great Abena Pierce
Abena and Corinthima. Those are not their real names. Those are not their real name. What is it?
Abena.
Is that a lady too? Abena and Corintha. I'm sure when they were born, their name was Sharon and Karen. Then it got grown and changed their name, Corinthima and Album.
Now, Miss Sophia, you know daggone well we call people what they want to be called around here. So
look, you had that look on your face the whole time. You said up there like, I ain't getting in there. I ain't gonna have the great Corinthima. I'm coming back on. What time they coming on tomorrow?
At 1 o'clock, 1 p.m.
Yeah. Send me all the links. Send me all the links for the rest of the shows. I'm coming in all the shows. But I'm definitely gonna be there tonight for the entanglement. Huh?
I said, there you go. We'll see you there.
You gonna be in the entanglement?
Oh yeah, we all gonna be there.
No,
I said, are you gonna be? We two-stepping.
Two-stepping.
It's a
no. If you're in an entanglement, it's gonna have to be three-stepping. You're not in no real entanglement if you're a three-stepping, baby.
I'll try to two-step real quick.
All right. Well, thank you, Natasha. I was going to call you Virginia. Thank you, Natasha, for helping me make it through this. You was great technician, honey. I don't want to leave, child. I don't want to leave. I just want to stay here. Baby, they got some chat. They got some people chatting. I ain't see the chats. It's just down there. Let me hear it. The chats. Oh, move that. Because now you in the way. I can see you when I did the chat.
Well, that's all right. Well, Miss Sophia.
Well, I want to give a shout out to Black Pride RVA 2020. Thank you all for having me, honey. And I know we got to get off here. Are we over time or we under time?
Oh, we right on time. We right on time.
We right on time. Okay. I just want to thank Black Pride RVA 2020 for letting me host this vendor show. I had so much fun with the plant lady. She had to run. And then the lady came with the skincare products. They were for men and women. She has something for everyone. And then my homegirl, she's an artist. She showed us her work. She had something on the wood. Speaking of wood, the entanglement going on at 9. And then she had some on canvas. And we thank her for her artistry. But then I'm so glad that Tara was here, because I'm a part of this entanglement that's going to take place tonight. And I feel in my spirit when I get with my man, his old lady, she is going to want to fight. But I got my mace for her ass. And Natasha, you one of my people that's gonna be notified when I use it. So you can come and assist me when she tries to jump me. But last but not least, Natasha, my uncle niece. She told me how to start a business and to help our community. Free money, free grants. Lord, I thank my black aunts.
Miss Sophia, it has truly been a pleasure. Truly,
I ain't going nowhere. You sound like we leaving. I ain't going nowhere. I'm still here, Natasha. She's trying to get rid of me, but I'm gonna stay a little while because I see us on TV. I know you gotta go, but you don't have to go. Tell everybody you spending a little extra time with your Uncle Joe. Natasha, I love you. God bless you. And take care, honey.
You as well. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye, y'all. I'm still here. I'm not gone, my dear. I was getting ready to cut it off, but somebody said no. Yeah, look, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Oh, who is that? Hey, everybody.
All right, we are live. What's up, everybody? My name is Chelsea Lamore, and welcome to our virtual town hall presented by Radio 1. I am Chelsea Lamore, like I said, of iPower 92.1 and 104.1, and this is Black and Gay and Proud of Both. So now that I've got my introduction out of the way, I want to make sure that we introduce, I know you can see their names and their foundations, but I want to give a chance to introduce every panelist that we have today. And I guess we'll start with Zakia. You can tell us about yourself and Nations Foundation.
So my name is Zakia McKenzie. I am a native of Richmond. I am the executive director and founder of Nations Foundation, and we're a nonprofit organization in Eastern Henrico that provides free HIV testing, STI screening. We have mobile testing units and a lot of supportive services that support LGBTQ people in Virginia.
Okay. Natasha?
Oh, hi. I'm Natasha Crosby. I'm the president of the Richmond LGBTQ Chamber, and we support LGBTQ businesses and allies.
Awesome. Justina?
Hey, everybody. My name is Justina Hall. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm with Side by Side Virginia. We do work with LGBTQ youth here in Central Virginia, and yeah, we are creating spaces for youth to flourish and be their authentic selves. So I'm glad to be here today.
Yes, thank you. And the Reverend Latrice Cross. Lisette, I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. Hey, I am Lisette Cross, Reverend L. I am the co-founder and executive director of Black Pride RVA, that is presented by Us Giving Richmond Connections, our nonprofit arm. Excited to be here with amazing comrades and folks in the community.
Thank you. And I'm also really excited to be moderating this panel as well. And one of the things, like just maybe an hour ago on Instagram, I posted a picture and telling everybody I was really excited about this virtual town hall today. And one of the things that I wanted to point out was I don't know all the answers. I'm not very well versed within the gay community or the LGBTQ community. But this is a time for us to learn and listen and gain understanding together. So for people that are part of the community or allies, this is a safe space to learn and ask questions. And I actually have already gathered some questions from people that DM me that have some questions and wanted to get some better understanding. And I thought that was really important because all of y'all are so engaged right here in Richmond in the community. And so I wanted to make sure that one, people could put a name to a face or a name to an organization, as well as people feel comfortable to ask those questions. So I'll get to those later. But I kind of wanted to start with, African Americans have been and always have been a vibrant part of the LGBT community. And even though we don't necessarily always feel that representation, we know that we're there. So from trailblazing pioneers such as James Baldwin and Marsha P. Johnson, even Laverne Cox, African Americans have made enormous contributions to the ongoing fight for social and racial economic justice here in America. The African American community as a whole have experienced bias and discrimination, as we know right now with the movement going on around us. So we wanted to make sure that we address some core issues that affect not just the Black community, but that intersectionality of the LGBTQ community. So we wanted to start first with health. And so HIV and health inequity within the community. And so I have some statistics here because, we love receipts. Okay. According to the CDC, young Black, gay, and bisexual men are among the communities most heavily affected by HIV. In the city of Atlanta, for example, a young Black gay man has a 60% chance of becoming HIV positive by the age of 30, even though Black, gay, and bisexual men are more likely to engage in safe-sex practices than their white counterparts. Zakia, what do you think this particular disparity, why do you think this particular disparity exists?
I think this particular disparity exists because of social determinants of health that particular population faces. The LGBTQ community faces issues relating to homelessness, unemployment, discrimination, harassment. So I think all of those things play a part in those numbers. Due to those social determinants of health, people are putting themselves and engaging in more riskier behavior. Sometimes having to do some strange things for some change to survive. I think that is why those numbers are the way that they are.
Okay, so even though it says that African American men are more likely to practice safe sex than their white counterparts, you still attribute like homelessness and socioeconomics to the reason that there's an increase.
Yes, and even when I look at individuals who come into my office and we look at their risk assessments, people are really not using condoms. People are not really taking HIV seriously and safer sex seriously. So where the CDC may be getting that statistic, I see it real time when people are being truthful and honest in their risk assessments. And I also think that contributes. But I really feel like social determinants to health are major components why folks are being newly diagnosed or those rates being high.
Okay. And I think sometimes too, do you find that when you take those risk assessments, people are saying, oh, I use protection, but within their mind, they're not really comprehending that 100% of the time. I think sometimes people may think, I use protection most of the time.
Right. And when we say protection 100% of the time, we mean it for oral sex, anal sex, vaginal sex, all of those things are contributing factors. So the best way to stay free is to make sure that you use various consistently and correctly every time that you have sex. And that's why we offer condoms for free to people. So if you need them, come get them, all different types, all different kinds, so that you can stay safe.
Awesome. That's a great resource. Does anyone want to speak on that or elaborate more on their opinion on that before? Oh, now y'all want to be quiet. No, I was about to say, she's the expert. I mean, we recognize, we recognize the expert, so we bow down to her expertise. Yes, yes. So I still want to stick within the realm of health while we have you. So the fallout from COVID-19 is the issue of equity. For some people, it's been an inconvenience. For other people and communities, in particular the Black LGBT community, it's been devastating. What steps do we need to take to create health equity in the Black LGBT community?
That's a very difficult question, and one that we've been trying to figure out health equity for years. How do we get health for everyone, equal access to health care for everyone? I think that the only way that will start is if Black folks use their voice, make sure that we vote. Natasha said this the other day on a Zoom: hold your elected officials accountable. Because when we don't do anything, there is no change. So if you just sit back and complain about it, what is going to happen differently? I think Canada has a great model. They have healthcare for everybody, and it's a shame that we have who we have in office that is just completely. I'm gonna leave that alone. But that's a whole other conversation. Because now he's trying to strip protections for people like me, which makes me angry. You know what I'm saying? And as a person who pays taxes, as a business owner, as a human being, I am deserving of the right to have access to healthcare, regardless of how I. Why is that so important to you? I really want people to understand exactly why that is so important. It's important to me, one. And I'm just going to be truthful, because there were no plastic surgeons or doctors back in the day who were doing transitional work. I had to go on a black market route. And because of that, I have been having medical complications. So there are things that I need as a trans woman that are important to me. I need to be monitored for my hormone replacement therapy. It's certain things that I still need because I was technically born male. And there are things that I need because now I transitioned to be a woman. So like when I need a mammogram, my insurance has a problem with it because I'm coded by my sex. So that creates issues for me. So that's why healthcare is important. You know what I'm saying? I need to live. I need to thrive. I need to be healthy. You know what I'm saying? Just like everybody else. So to deny those privileges to me is, makes me outrageous. It makes me angry. You know what I'm saying? And so people need to seriously use their voices and vote. I think that what you said is really important because, like I said, it's important for you don't know what you don't know, and that's why I wanted to know, why is it so important to. I think people just kind of think of like a vague, well, healthcare is important for everybody, but why is it in particular important? Like I would have never thought about that. Right. You know what I mean? Because you usually don't think about things until it either affects you or somebody breaks it on down for you, and then you're like, well, dang, that makes a lot of sense. Right. And then when you think about folks who are living with HIV as well, they need health care. So how dare you, Donald Trump, try to, repeal these policies and protections for us so that people can discriminate when you see that trans women are, have higher rates of HIV than any other populations within the Black community. So to take health care from us or refuse us or try to deny is a travesty. And people need to get up and use their voice. They need to understand that we're people and we trying to live and be and thrive. I think that really gives context to Black Trans Lives Matter because you see the sign and you know what it means, but you don't really know that equity and what really defines that. And I'm so excited. Like when I tell you, like I feel like a student right now. I'm just soaking this all in. So, and I also want to elaborate too when you talk about health and losing healthcare benefits. It seems especially crazy at a time during COVID-19. And so, with the Black community being more affected with HIV, we're more prone to
getting COVID-19 and the mortality rate being higher. That's another reason why it's important. And it's just like, it's so many layers. It's almost like, where do we even start?
Right.
But like you said, it starts with your vote. And I think that we are really pushing that more than ever now.
And I get tired of hearing people say, "Oh, it's not important." They did the okie doke last time. You know what I'm saying? But we have to continue. We have to be vigilant. We have to look at what our ancestors did, and we have to respect the fact of what they went through for us to have the opportunity to vote. So when you see this man targeting, he's just targeting different people. You know what I'm saying? And it just seems to be that my community is on the forefront. I guess just because we're so fabulous, you know.
Yeah.
But he is at us, and but we are strong and resilient people, and we have had struggles, still struggling. We're still oppressed. People still got their knees on our necks as LGBTQ people. And so I think when health equity happens for everybody, everybody will stand their own lane and accept people for the differences that exist within them, and just be accepting of folks. You may not like everybody. I may not, you may not like my lipstick, but that's my prerogative. People need to let people live.
I love it. I did learn a new word yesterday, by the way. Transcestor, like ancestor, transcestor.
Yes.
I think, yes, I'm out here for the vocabulary. So we talked about health equity. I want to transition into business equity because we all know that healthcare is a business and they all go hand in hand, right? So got some receipts. LGBTQ African Americans continue to be economically disadvantaged because of persistent discrimination, housing insecurity, a lack of quality, affordable health care, and fewer educational opportunities. A 2012 report found that 32% of children being raised by Black same-sex couples live in poverty, compared to 13% of children being raised by raised by Black same-sex couples live in poverty, compared to 13% of children being raised by white counterparts. 7% of those being raised by married heterosexual white parents. Additionally, Black transgender people face severe rates of poverty, with 34% living in extreme poverty, compared to just 9% of non-transgender Black people. Natasha, how do you provide equal access to government-based economic protection for LGBTQ families of color?
So first, I think we need to recognize that those demographics have been intentionally left behind, right? It is no mistake that Black people, Black LGBTQ people are disadvantaged economically, right? And that was a legislative process, right? Over the course of America, there were laws put in place to make sure that we were economically disadvantaged. Literally written. We couldn't, GIs coming back from the war couldn't buy a home like the white GIs. The FHA program wasn't accessible to Black folks when it was accessible to white people. Redlining. Redlining to this day is an issue. It might not be as much of an issue in the like single family home realm, but in commercial banking, I mean, they might as well as board up when it comes to Black business. We're underfunded, underbanked, and these are all purposeful measures, right? We had the Community Reinvestment Act, I think back in like '77, and it literally hasn't done much for us, right? So what we need to do to address these concerns, and like Zakia said, this is my game right here, is we need a legislative agenda. That we really need to come together as a people and decide what exactly is it that we want, right? And not everybody's going to agree on the same things, but basic health care is a right of all human beings on earth, right? The pursuit of happiness is written into our Bill of Rights. How can I pursue happiness if I don't have the same tools as the other Americans that
that includes regulations, taxation, and subsidies to have direct carve outs and set asides for Black people, Black businesses, Black families, Black communities. And what we need to do is take that agenda, get connected with these organizations out here who say that they are for us, right? They say that they want to push our agenda. They say that they want to help us. They say they want us to achieve. Let's hold their feet to the fire. Let's take our agenda to these organizations who have a direct line to the legislatures who write these laws. You know, we we have people right here in town. What, the LGBT Downs? They be for all of us, right? Equality Virginia has done great work over the past several years in helping LGBTQ rights come along. So let's meet them where they're at, and also hold them accountable for the Black and Black LGBTQ agenda, right? So we have those organizations; they're already in effect. They're already working the system, and we need to make sure that they're also working the system for us. And then outside of those organizations, directly to our elected officials, we have to vote. We have to vote. We need to register to vote. We have to vote. And in Virginia, we vote every year on something, and every year it matters, right? Every single year it matters. No, whoever's on the ballot, we need to go and make sure our voices is heard. And once we've made our voices heard, we need to hold them accountable. Hold them accountable. If they start to pivot from our message and our agenda and start to make concessions against us, we need to raise up, get loud.
Yes.
Let them hear us. Use those organizations who say that they support us to make sure that they continue to support us and pass legislation that supports the uprising that we're seeing.
Now, it seems like you're preaching to the reverend.
I think that people have to acknowledge, particularly Black LGBTQ folks, Black and gay folks, and those that support us or that are also POC, that the political machine of Virginia is exhausting. And you have to understand how it works. You have to recognize that somebody, when they decided to make voting be an annual thing, was doing that for a particular reason. The reason that we cannot participate, and Zakia knows this very intimately because she has been up at the General Assembly, she has testified and advocated for our rights, for the Values Act that will go into place tomorrow, right? Ensuring discrimination for all, right? Housing and employment, one of the first states in the South to do so. But Zakia can affirm you gotta be ready to be there in the middle of the day when they want you to be there. They can then decide that they don't want to hear that bill that day, and then you gotta come back, right, Zakia?
Wow. And you wait for hours and hours before you go in there, and then and they change it.
Which in itself is a form of suppression.
It's exactly, Chelsea. And so that is why I was amening Natasha, because what Black folks have to understand, all Black folks, LGBTQ and straight, is that in order for us to impact this system, we have got to know how to get in where we fit in. And that first place is voting. And the next place is holding our folks accountable. But know that the political machine of Virginia is on probably the worst hamster wheel of us having to vote on something every single year.
Now, I was going to ask that question, actually. And that would be a great question for Natasha as well as you, Lisette. In listening to Natasha, I'm wondering, is that an inequity within the Black community itself that will provide a trickle-down effect to the LGBTQ community, the Black LGBT community? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, is it an overarching person of color or Black issue? Like you said, straight, whatever, Black people need to get out and vote. We need to be there. Do you think that the benefit from that will trickle down to the LGBTQ community, or are there specific things about that we need to ask for the LGBTQ community?
Go ahead, Natasha.
Sorry, I think that so like let's take healthcare, right? Healthcare is a universal issue. If we can take healthcare and we can help the people who are the most disadvantaged in healthcare, which are trans women, right? If we can help a trans woman receive all the rights that she is deserving of through healthcare, it can trickle up, right? I personally believe in trickle down economics.
I want trickle up.
Of Black America. I believe in trickle up. So if you help the person who is at the end of the line, you will essentially help the people.
Everyone.
Yep.
Wow. Amen. Yes. That's a shut me up. Okay.
Drop mine.
I'll be back on that note.
And so I just want to acknowledge that the work that Zakia McKenzie is able to do because of the way that she manages her staff at Nations Foundation, because she is a savvy business owner, means that she's able to afford her schedule to be flexible to testify at the General Assembly to ensure that our state senators and our state representatives pass a bill that benefits us. Everybody is going to benefit from the Values Act.
Everybody.
Up.
Not only just LGBTQ people, but Black people, all people, no discrimination, period. And it was important to be there because of my lived experience and being discriminated against and being knocked down right at the door just because people saw one thing on my birth certificate and saw another thing in front of them. And, not giving me the opportunity to show the tools or skills that were in my toolbox. You just judged me for who I was and not for what I could produce or do. So I think that it's extremely important, and I'm so thankful for my super cool staff, and Justina was a part of that staff who helped me to have a flexible schedule to be able to be able to make that happen, and to have worked on something like that for 20 years of my life, and to see tomorrow it come to fruition. I'm partying down tomorrow, so I'm having a good time.
Yes, partying down. I love it. I love it. And so, like in our live comments right now, we see Albert Albright Williams said, "Speak on it," and Ray Berry said, "Using that hashtag trickle up." I think trickle up is a very strong, and if America in itself would use the trickle up mentality in all facets, we would be a better country. I mean, the trickle up, I mean, I love it. I love it. We should definitely make that a hashtag. So we want to continue with business. And so another one we have is that 90% of minority-owned small businesses were denied for the Paycheck Protection Loan Program. What is your advice for Black LGBTQ business owners that are struggling due to the unprecedented times we are in right now? Natasha.
So I would say first, now is the time to get lean. And this is just on a, business person speaking to another business person, right? Now is the time to get lean. If you can get it off your books, get it off your books. Look at your supply chain. Where can you save? Without sacrificing quality. It's time to get lean. One, just business to business. But also, again, Black businesses were in a pandemic previous to COVID-19.
Speak on it.
We have been, written out of economic uplifting since the beginning, right? We go through, like, let's take it back. We go through Reconstruction. 10 years after slavery, we have Tulsa, Oklahoma in full effect, right? They doing their thing. They own everything, right? We could talk. I could talk for an hour about Tulsa. So they own everything. They are alive and well business community, self-sustaining, and able to do for self. And what happens? The United States government comes in and blows them up, literally. They did it right here in Richmond, Montrose Heights, Fulton Hill. That's another local example of how Black business districts and Black neighborhoods were essentially burned down, right? They literally would wipe them
from the face of this earth. So since those policies were in effect, and we are still dealing with and having to overcome those types of issues, I'm on the same vein. We need to hold our legislative uh, policymakers accountable to uplift Black business, to literally write into legislation and give those set asides for Black business. You got the Community Reinvestment Act that, like I spoke to before, that was supposed to come in and help with lending, but Black businesses often have to turn to predatory lending because big banks and even local banks won't lend to them. There's this idea that Black businesses and Black business owners are less than and incapable. It's racist, right? Black businesses can survive just like anybody. We can thrive just like anybody. Look at our culture as an example of the Black business in itself, right? Black culture is American culture. Period. So when you take that economic ability away from Black folks and Black businesses, you're strangling them, and you're doing it on purpose. So the answer to that is to one, let go of that chokehold, and then start to legislate the Black business uprising for now and into the future. We have the Office of Minority Development, right? But a lot of people, it's so much paperwork and bureaucracy that you have to go through to try to access the help that you would do. We pay for that office. Right. Government office that our tax dollars pay for. We should be able to utilize it in the best way to promote Black business. These CDFIs, right? I think locally I know of, maybe one or two, but they're already with the Reinvestment Act already being gutted. Now those institutions can lend to people outside of the Black community and still be able to meet the standards of lending, right? For a CDFI.
Wow.
So and this is
for those that don't know, what is a CDFI?
It's a development financial institution.
Okay.
Basically, you can go there and they're supposed to be the people who, if big banks won't lend to you, they're supposed to be able to lend to you. And if you're not ready to be lent to, they're supposed to have the programs in place that you can work through so that you can get to a point where they feel comfortable lending to you. CDFI is supposed to be the saving grace of Black business. The Reinvestment Act was supposed to be the saving grace of Black business. It never was. Even in Dodd-Frank, right? If we look at the Dodd-Frank Act that came out of the housing crash in 2008, they were supposed to record data on lending so that we know who's being denied, who's being given the loans, and at what rate, right? There's supposed to be this great thing to help small businesses, Black businesses, minority-owned businesses be able to gain an economic footing and achieve. However, legislation, they never put a timestamp on it, right? So tell me who out there is collecting that data? No one. You know why? Because they put a loophole in it that said that we don't have a time frame for when you need to start collecting this data. So what is it? We're in 2020. That was what? 08?
Wow.
10 years ago, right? Now we're in a pandemic, and now where lending is crucial for survival. The PPP program was supposed to come in and help small businesses be able to maintain through this worldwide pandemic. But we don't even have the numbers that we're supposed to have 10 years ago to help us see the differences in lending. You know why they don't want to support those numbers? Because they know they're not lending us money. They know our bank is the predatory.
We're not even gonna act like we're gonna do it.
You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. So we have to hold these people accountable on every level, right? Not just the federal level, but local level too. Because that Office of Minority Business Development should be working a lot better than what it is if you asking me to spend my tax dollars on it.
I agree.
I agree. And put into our legislative agenda that we need carve-outs, we need set-asides in actual dollars to help uplift the Black business community.
Someone said equity investment.
Right, equity. I want a majority equity stake in perpetuity for all Black businesses.
There shouldn't be a reason why somebody would come into a black business district and take over so easily. When you have black,
and it happens so often. It happens so often.
So often.
So tell us about the resources that Richmond LGBTQ Chamber can provide to individuals who are currently looking for employment right now due to being laid off or furloughed because of COVID-19 crisis.
So the Richmond LGBTQ Chamber, we have some great collaborations with our corporate members, Snag a Job, SunTrust, GymWork, and we have a job board on our website that is updated daily with jobs from people who are vetted to protect LGBTQ folks in the workplace. Now we know we just had that law passed, but these folks they've already started doing the work to help LGBTQ folks in the workplace. So that's one, our job board and our connections. We also have a job fair. We do that annually where we bring out all of Richmond and offer jobs to LGBTQ folks. And third, I don't know if people are aware of this, but there is a through the community colleges in town, John Tyler and Jay Sarge in particular, where they have short-term certifications that are essentially or that are low cost and can be free to students so that they can learn a new skill and be able to go into a job force and earn for themselves and their family. And that's a program that's already in existence. The LGBTQ Chamber, we were actually given a grant through Diversity Richmond to partner with Jay Sarge to help bring more LGBTQ folks through this program so that they can get training, right? And so now is a great time. And I know that with COVID-19, a lot of things have been kind of, put on pause and are being delayed. Right. What schools is doing right now, honestly. but when we are past this, God willing, those programs will still be in place, and they are great things to take advantage of. Because now, like in the housing industry, right? We can't find people to fill the trades fast enough. We need electricians, we need plumbers, we need framers, right? And these are great paying jobs where you don't have to incur debt to go to college to do, and you can take care of yourself, your family. You have the potential to start your own business and do for self. Right? Mm-hmm. We need to take advantage of these opportunities and make people more aware that these are out there. So look into that. The Jay Sarge has those short-term certifications, and it's not just in the trades. I think they even have a nursing program.
Right. I think it's important what you said, that the tool of education. I think, especially as African Americans or Black people have made strides, we've really put an emphasis on education, going to school, going to college, and we tend to stray away from learning those skills, welding and those things. And those, like you said, those are skills that you can learn where you're not acquiring tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and you're always in demand.
Absolutely. You could go anywhere. You could live anywhere. Mm-hmm. Your life, if you know a trade, if you have a skill.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Someone, let's see, on our live feed, Stacy Wall said, can non-members post on your job board, or can any org submit a job to be posted? Thanks.
Yes, you can post on our job board as long as you affirm that you are LGBTQ inclusive. You are more than willing to post on our job board. Absolutely.
And someone also added to your bit about the community colleges. Jay Sarge is currently enrolling for fall classes. Classes are available online.
There you go.
There you go.
They're out there. And close to free for being a
Yes. So we were talking about, speaking of school, a transition into the youth. And Justina, this is going to be for you. LGBTQ youth of color and children raised in LGBTQ families of color confront a dual burden of social stigma and discrimination. In addition to race-based bias, Black LGBTQ youth and families of color also cope with inappropriate questions about sexual orientation and gender identity, the politicalization
of their families and anxiety. Politicalization of their families and anxiety about the lack of legal recognition. Stressors which are highly heightened when they are intersected with other forms of prejudice, i.e., being Black. Justina, what steps do we need to take to protect LGBTQ youth and LGBTQ families of color?
So I think it's really important when we're talking about protecting Black LGBTQ youth that, we don't discredit their resiliency or take away their autonomy. So I think it's super important that we prioritize just asking youth what they need and not making those assumptions for them. Because a big assumption that we make, right, is that we're all talking about the same age when we talk about youth, but the ranges vary and youth can go up to age 28. And, as we all know, Black people are adultized, in general. So, for example, 13-year-old girls being sexualized as women, young boys being seen as intimidating men. So, and this racialized trauma is more intense for LGBTQ youth who, may not have LGBTQ representation in their immediate families, or who are youth and youth have such individual and unique experiences that they, aren't blanketed in and cannot always be modeled after the experiences that their LGBTQ families have had. And so I would like to highlight that the generation after me has done an amazing job and so much progress with speaking from their raw lived experience in order to help themselves and to help others. And, I'm 26 years old, and within 3 years, I've come out. I found language for my identity as a non-binary person. I moved here to Virginia and, kind of just dedicated my work to being the support that I needed then and now. So, I say all of that to say that we, because I identify as youth as well, we suspended this space between youth and adult for so long that we have trouble figuring out where we are actually valued, where our lived experience really matters. And is it just for optics? Is it just, and do I really truly matter in a space? So I really just try to keep in touch with the person I am and what I would want from someone doing my job, so, and in doing that, I'm realistic that I can't serve youth forever because things are always changing. And I think it's important that all of us get to know youth and ask them what they need and just try to find out where we fit in and find spaces to support the generations that come after us. And I believe that that's important for LGBTQ families as well. The community that comes with that is so important, and there's so many resources as far as groups, and it's about voting, it's about the legislation that is trying to get passed to bar folks from being able to just have family. It's all of these things that are happening simultaneously, and youth, are involved in that because I'm getting older and eventually I'm going to be somebody that's an LGBTQ family of color. But as a young person into adulthood, I need support as well. So what I think is important is us all working together and finding ways to support LGBTQ families and youth of color by asking what they need.
That's my favorite thing. So someone said, just ask what you need. I almost equate that to even with this whole Black Lives Matter movement. I really appreciate the support of allies that are not people of color. But I'm like, y'all are jumping out there, but you're not asking us what we need. And so it's important it's almost like a love language. If you really care about me, you want to know how you need to show up for me and how you need to support me. How you need to, it's not sometimes the intention is great, but the impact is what matters. You need to be intentional about how I need you to show up for me. Because if I need you to show up one way and you're doing it another, I'm not really receiving the love, even though you may have good intentions. And so someone in our lives said equality is giving someone what you think they need, and equity is giving someone what when they want what they ask for. It's a big difference.
I agree. I think that it's just really hard to try to figure out where youth fit, and youth are definitely doing the work. And I think when you get in a position where you're like, a person that's helping a young person find resources, you just kind of think that you know more because you have the access and you've had your own lived experience. But when I'm working with young folks, I want to hear all that they have to say, and I push my own stuff to the back because it's about your life and your current experience right now that is so much more important than whatever I think is important. So
and hearing you speak, it made me think about when we talk about youth and the LGBTQ community, it literally made me think of Zaya Wade, Dwayne Wade's daughter, and how much support she received from younger people and even older people, Dwayne Wade's peers, accepting. But then there's always that ignorance, right? We can't escape that level of ignorance, and as much love that that person may feel, a lot of times, even if there's an overwhelming amount of love, that one negative comment or perception is what really weighs down on you. So what advice and tools would you give to someone in a similar situation?
I mean, it varies. I think that chosen family is important. Chosen family was really helpful for me, coming up and finding folks who were having the same experiences as me. And I do understand that like one voice does feel louder than other voices because, when you're feeling down and you're feeling in the space and you could feel like the best you in the world and it just takes one person to tear you down. And it's not even always about the person. It's just about the hurt. And I just encourage folks, like I wish that I would have known more about, support groups. Like Side by Side has all of these support groups for youth that are now also meeting virtually so that youth can come together and talk to each other. Because I think a lot of the time when we're talking about like bullying and things, we kind of pit youth against each other. And I think that having space where youth can be together to expand and get to know like who they are in their experiences is important because it's just all about growth and learning. So I would just encourage someone to find a support group or I even did things like just writing in a journal about the things, the version of myself I wanted to be and kind of just making a to-do is something that just keeps you into the point of you're going to be who you want to be. It's just finding the resiliency and trying to stay tapped into it, which can be difficult, which is why it's kind of hard to answer the question because everybody has different experiences.
Now, I know you said that side by oh, go ahead, Becky.
Oh, I was just going to say, Justina, I think you gave a really good example or way to cope with that. But I also want to add that the advice that I would give is just for you it's okay to be you. And what folks are saying, pay that no mind, be your best you, and live your life because you only have one life and be happy with the life that you live. And it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. And it's a great feeling when you kind of settle into yourself and like you were saying, you do realize it's okay and you start to see the representation and you start to realize the different ways that love can come into your life. I think it's just a beautiful thing in general. So yeah, look at me, y'all. It's gonna be okay.
I think I know you were saying that Side by Side has support groups for you, but I wanted to ask the question: does Side by Side offer support maybe for parents or adults who are trying to understand but may need a little bit of guidance and or support in that realm? Like I think that some parents want to be loving and accepting, they just don't know how, and they're ignorant to a lot of facts, and they want to learn, but it can be intimidating or they just need a safe space to learn. Do you offer support groups for adults as well?
Yes, so we offer support groups for parents. We offer a support group for parents of trans youth. We offer support groups for parents of LGBTQ youth, and then, or in general. And then for our support groups for youth, we even offer a youth of color group specifically. for PLC youth who are just looking for space to decompress and just, be themselves amongst folks that look like them and the experiences that they have.
Awesome. And are there any other education and support services that you want to mention that Side by Side offers to youth and LGBTQ families?
I summed them all up, but you can definitely go to our website that's scrolling below to find more in-depth info on how to sign up.
All right. So the hot button topic now. You can go ahead and take yourself off mute. What's that?
Dun, dun, dun. We need some music.
Take them up, let's
I wish I had like a little sound effect to hit at that moment, okay? Yes. Because it wouldn't be a conversation about being Black and gay and the intersectionality if we did not talk about faith and or religion.
Here we go. Let's do it.
Here we go. I love how you put the glasses on. You're like, you know what? I don't even need it. So something that we were talking about is possibly religious intolerance when it comes to the LGBT community. And while LGBTQ African Americans identify with various faiths and traditions, the Christian church remains a source of both hope and trepidation for many. While acceptance of LGBTQ people is increasing in communities of faith, many Black churches, quote unquote, still condemn the community, often making it extremely more difficult for people of color to come out in comparison to their white counterparts. What is your advice, Lisette, for Black faith leaders?
This is such a relevant topic for the moment that we're in, because we are also seeing an increase of Black faith leaders showing up on the front lines with people who are protesting. And what they may not often realize, especially my more evangelical, Pentecostal, apostolic siblings, is that the leaders of the movement in this time are Black, queer, non-binary, trans folks. Mm-hmm. And so my wisdom to faith leaders is, number one, do your work. You have to do your own work around what it means to simply accept people exactly as the Creator made them. Mm-hmm. The second wisdom that I have is that they be willing to sit and have conversations. The truth of the matter is that there's no simple answer to this. I can come on here and I can give you all of my learned responses and all of the degrees that I have and I am obtaining, right? And that does.
I love the humble brag.
And that doesn't change hearts, right? It doesn't change minds. What changes that is realizing that the people that enter when we were meeting in person, the people that see us as faith leaders, that call us pastor, the people that are in our families or that are in our communities that we know, are people, and we should be open and willing to listen to their story and to lead with love and let our divine spirit sort out the rest. Or let me speak directly to the churchy folks. Let God and Jesus sort out the rest. Because the command, right, for those of folks that are Christian believers and real churchy, the command that Jesus said, the greatest command, right, is to love the Lord your God with all your mind, your heart, your soul, and the strength. And the second is as unto it, to love your neighbor as yourself. Love. Lead with love. And let their lives and let the relationship that you have with lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, non-binary folks, let that lead the way.
Yeah. I totally agree. Amen. Because even like my personal experience, as far as my mother isn't even extremely churchy, but she all of a sudden got real churchy when I started dating girls. Like all of a sudden, she knew all the scriptures. And once I got married, and she loves my wife, but it was a little bit of a struggle for her at first. And then she made this post one day on Facebook, so I was like, "Oh Lord, she's talking publicly. Let me see what she got to say." And she posted, she posted a picture of my wife and I, and she said, "At first I struggled, and then one day I woke up and I realized, why am I struggling that somebody loves my daughter? Wow. Why is that such a struggle for me?" And she said, gay and all of these terms, it hits different when it's the people that you love. And then it's this humbling experience. And that same thing that my mom, because I just knew she would never see the light. And I almost don't even recognize her as my mother sometimes. Come on, who are you? That same leading in love, like you spoke of. Leading in love is literally, it sounds cliche, but literally love wins. And when you love humanity, when you love people, there's no way that you could have the same for any situation.
And when you love yourself. So your mother had to come to a recognition that she loves her daughter, and that she had to allow the love that someone else was giving her daughter, the love that she herself would want to give to you, then she was able to say, there it is, right? So I do think that while we often use this rhetoric around love, we also have to realize that one of the biggest barriers to loving others is loving ourselves. And that most oftentimes, and there are all kinds of stories out there, both published and unpublished, about preachers who be tiptoeing with same gender loving people, with other folks. They got back. Come on, y'all know it. Everybody watched it, and we'll watch later. Y'all already know, right? Right? And some of us got some stories that we will not tell. We will take to our graves. And most oftentimes, those individuals end up being the ones that are the most public. Exactly. And so I really want to just reiterate that you have to love yourself. And the other challenge to my pastor, I'm a pastor, for those of y'all that don't know, and so to all my pastoral friends, the other challenge is not having to have all of the answers. You ain't got to have the answers. That's why it's called faith. And if you ain't got faith, then you might not need to be preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ as a Christian. Now, if you're not Christian, we can talk about something else. I'm simply saying this as somebody who follows Jesus Christ and identifies as a Christian, and you say and profess that you are called to lead people, then there has to be a space in which we as pastoral leaders have to let God do God's thing. And one of the challenges within the Black community, specifically, since we're talking about being Black and gay and proud of both, is that church is not just an institution, it is a cultural component of how we live our lives. That's why, Chelsea, you can be like, my mama ain't never been churchy. Oh, but she had the scriptures for you, right? Because it is a cultural reality of living Black in America. And we have to figure out how to make some type of reconciliation with that truth. That I'd like to call it, you either grew up in church or you was church adjacent, which means you might not never stepped a foot in a church, but you've been to some churches fish fry. You've been to their annual homecoming because there was somebody cooking. You've been to a church cookout or picnic or whatever.
Friday now. Don't talk about it now.
Come on. Right? Or you have been to vacation Bible school. You ain't never had to go back to their church. You never had to confess Jesus Christ as your personal savior. You never had to put your name on the roll at that particular church house because it's part of our community. is part of how we have sustained ourselves, right? And so it becomes a little bit challenging, right? When the folks that we also have just lived with, we knew Uncle so-and-so had a roommate for 20 something years. We knew Aunt so-and-so had her friend that was, come on, y'all know.
Special friend. And my grandma still introduces my wife as my special friend.
We know that's the language, right?
It's that language that causes so much confusion in our community and so much hate. And I think why so much like hate crimes towards LGBTQ people, because they hear that mess in church and it's just pounded in their heads, and then they go out and react from it. So that narrative has got to change, and I'm so thankful to my pastor, and I'm gonna give him a shout out.
Come on, shout him out.
At Greater Mount Moriah Baptist Church on First Street in Jackson Ward, for being accepting and affirming and stepping outside of the box. So when the doors open back up, anybody want to come and worship there and get some good love, please feel free to, because I struggled for a long time when I transitioned and going back to church. And it was when my grandmother died, and he asked me why I hadn't came back to church, and I just told him I wasn't trying to deal with anybody misgendering me and all of that foolishness. And so he assured me that if I came back, that would not be the case. And one Sunday, these women were making an issue about it, and he stood up in church and basically dismissed them and told them that everybody has a place to worship here. And that's the way that it should be. So lead with love is exactly true. And I think that will change so much in our world.
And to lead with love, as Zakia's pastor is an example, means that you have to take a risk. And the other truth about the black church community is that some of them are not willing to take the risk.
Yeah. And I think that has a lot to do with even, I keep going back to the political climate that we're into right now. People are scared to be uncomfortable, right? And so taking that risk will require maybe being uncomfortable for a little while. The congregation may be upset with you. Everyone's not going to agree. And it's just as much as church, everyone knows that the church congregation in itself can be very almost political, in the sense of you want most people to like you. You want most people to agree with you. And the moment they don't agree, you're scared that they may go somewhere else.
Well, let's speak the truth, Chelsea. They scared that they're gonna take their money somewhere else. Let me just name it. Let me just name the truth, because people are not willing, right, to stand up for lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer folks, because they don't want the tides to dry up.
Can I just say the comments are saying, say so, speak the truth, amen. that is fundamentally where it is. And I definitely think that another word that I'm hearing a lot, there are certain words I just keep hearing. And unlearning is one of them that is sticking with me, especially in this conversation. I think that as much as we need to unlearn some of the things that we were taught in school, I think that we need, as a community, to unlearn some of the social biases, discrimination that we don't even know that we have. You know what I mean? Do you think that the church has any unlearning that it needs to do in the context of the LGBTQ community?
Yes.
Is that enough wine
for the
conversation?
Not really, but I got about 2 or 3. I'm Baptist. I'm good in Baptist, so I got 3 for you. Number 1, we need to unlearn judgment based on visual inspection. We need to accept people exactly as we see them and as they show up. The second thing we need to unlearn is biblical interpretation that is not social, historical, cultural, and contextual. I used a lot of big words, but biblical interpretation that is relevant to the day and time that we live in. And the third thing we need to unlearn is the silence around talking about human sexuality, period, within the church context. We have got to be ready and willing to start with our babies all the way up to our adults to talk about human sexuality across the lifespan. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer folks would not be an anomaly if we embraced bodies are created in the image of God. If we embrace that we are good because God said it was good. If we embrace that our bodies do not deserve to be touched without consent, that our bodies are our own, if we were in a space, in a faith space that connected human sexuality to who God is and how we should be in beloved community with one another, then we would not be at the level of I don't want to use the word hate, but the level of fear that does translate to hate that does come out of the Black church context and in the Black community.
Mm-hmm. Come on now. Now I don't even know where to go from that because you done laid it out.
Let me just say this. I think that, as somebody who is the co-founder of Black Pride RVA, who is a Baptist ordained and bisexual myself, I think that this work of health equity, the work of Black Pride RVA to actualize equity has to begin with our sense of self. That when Zakia and myself and Louise Cheesy Farmer as co-founders of UGRC Black Pride got together, it was because we needed our voices to be raised. And part of what the church has inadvertently done is caused us to quiet our voices. It's caused us to, let me put some churchy language to it, put our light under a bushel, right? And that is not what we need to have happen, right? We need to create space where Black LGBTQ folks can fully be celebrated and lift up their voices. And that's why we created Black Pride RVA. That's why we created Virginia's first ever Black LGBTQ festival. Because most people, let me say this last thing, I'm sorry, Chelsea. No. Most people are so negatively impacted by the church in their core sense of their identity that work has to be continual in all of our lives. And so creating Black Pride RVA is actually a way to undo the negative impacts of Black church.
So tell us about the Black Pride Virtual Festival. We're talking about Black Pride RVA and what you do. Tell us about the virtual festival that you have coming up.
Yes. So we have July 16th through the 19th. We, as the Black Pride Planning Committee for 2020, that Louise Cheesy Farmer is the chairperson of, also co-founder. So shout out to Cheesy. She is leading our team to create a schedule. So on Thursday night and Friday night, we'll be streaming live at 7 p.m. on Thursday. It'll be our Black Pride Planning Committee kind of Q&A and welcome. On Friday, it will be our Root Award and our Rodney Lofton Social Justice Award, again, streaming live to our Black Pride RVA platform. Saturday, June 18th, is a full day of our best attempt to make the Day of Purpose translate online. And so I just invite folks to follow us at Black Pride RVA on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And then on Sunday, we again will close out with some type of virtual offering. We'll be launching and debuting our Black Safety, Inclusion, and Liberation video, where we have gathered voices from our community, both Black and LGBTQ and our allies, so that we can end the weekend on a high note. And to realize that while we host Black Pride RVA, we are not in this alone. We are supported and connected to an amazing group of allies who are doing awesome work and are expressing verbally their commitment to Black LGBTQ safety, inclusion, and liberation.
Yeah. I love it. I can't wait to be a part. If you need anything from me, I am all hands on deck.
Yes. Well, listen, you might be getting an email, so.
But before I get to the next segment, I did want to touch on something because I will say you are unlike any pastor I've ever met. Okay. Now, I want you to tell me about your virtual seminar on sex and faith. You are tickled about it too.
I'm tickled because your question is just kind of like the way you set up the question. So I pastor Restoration Fellowship RVA, and our commitment is to hold conversations around sex and faith, and that's what we do, right? And we do that with local pastors and clergy folks and sexologists and sexuality professionals. And then in my business, Will You Be Whole, I convene a small group of Black women and femmes and help them reconcile sex and faith. One of the things that happens with all of us, and particularly those of us that are queer identifying in some way, is that we have to make sense of our bodies and our faith beliefs and what we're doing with said body. So yes, sexual activity, right? And what does it mean to develop and construct a sexual ethic? And so my seminars, whether it's a one-off workshop or the work I get to do as Pastor Lisette in holding conversations about sex and faith, because that is where we really, really open up people's minds. Or I am pastoring or shepherding or walking with a group of Black femmes and women about reconciling sex and faith. It is the work that I love to do, and definitely the work that I feel called to do in the world. So
I love it. I'm here for it. I am here for it. Now,
I try not to make Black Pride RVA talk about sex all the time, but if I did, they would be like, yes, we could talk about all the sex, the gay male sex, the women's sex. Listen, we could talk about it all.
How the possibilities are endless.
The possibilities are endless.
So as I stated in the beginning of our town hall, I wanted to make sure that I created a space for people, a safe space for people that had questions, to maybe have some questions answered. We have the comments going live. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them over. But I also put them on my Instagram at @starring_Chelsea to collect some questions that people, some people DM me, some people I did like the little question thing, and people really wanted to know and understand. And so I have a few questions for all of my esteemed panelists. Okay. So someone asked me, what exactly does non-binary mean?
I'm gonna just put this out here first. I am not the spokesperson for all non-binary people. So what non-binary means to me is I do not identify as a woman. I do not identify as a man. My pronouns are they, them. I identify as a mask-presenting person. And it just means that I just am outside of the gender binary, if that makes it easier for folks to understand.
Yeah, I think it puts it in kind of like plain terms. I think sometimes people may Google these things, but the definition you get is it may be confusing. So to be able to have it in like a life experience certainly really helps. So that leads me to my next question, because you mentioned it. Why are pronouns important?
Pronouns are important because they're respectful. First of all, I think it's super important if someone tells you their pronouns, tells you who they are, that you believe them. And they are, my pronouns, they, them pronouns make me feel affirmed. And when people don't use them, I don't feel affirmed. I don't feel respected or seen. I feel like people see what they want to see. And I think using pronouns is important because you're asking people who they are. You're asking them, what would you like? What terms would you like me to use? How would you like me to interact with you? You're just wanting to know people. And I think that's extremely important. And it's extremely important to respect people's pronouns.
Vicky, I see you. I was gonna say, I see you nodding and agreeing.
because pronouns are just like names. You know what I'm saying? If Chelsea is your name, so if somebody call you something outside of your name, you will feel some type of way. So asking pronouns is just a show of respect, like Justina said, and affirming people and just being respectful. Treat people the way you want to be treated. It's just that simple. So I think
it can be that simple.
in our community, we use that a lot, and we try to model it when we go outside of community so that we can kind of make a social change. So kind of just like, hey, I'm Zakia, my pronouns are she and her, what's your name and pronouns? Same way, like how you ask somebody, what's that name and that phone number? So you just ask the name.
And that's also this in conversation is also important to me because I personally I'm trying to make sure I phrase this the right way. Especially like I'll be 30 this year. So I've been dating women for probably about 4 years, right? So I wasn't necessarily, I guess you could say, raised within the gay community. It's something that's still kind of new to me. And one thing that I've been wanting to, if I could like please, grace, mercy, and patience. Because a lot of times I don't mean any harm. I'm still learning. You know what I mean? And I think that, like, say, for example, like you talk about unlearning and you want to be pronounced they or them. I think sometimes people have to unlearn the way that they speak, the way that they think, and just allowing a little bit of grace and mercy for those people that are trying to learn. Because I have personally experienced where I felt like people weren't necessarily patient with me, even though I was showing that I had great intentions. I'm learning. And you have to learn those things,
Yeah, I just want to add to that, Chelsea, that it is always in the spirit in which people demonstrate their learning. Right. So when I'm a former employee of Side by Side, Side by Side, and when we would go out to train all across the Commonwealth, the hardest thing that people had to reconcile was using the they them. And so I just want to say to folks that are watching, if you really grounded in the experience of respecting the other person and not be self-centered enough to think that your challenge in using that is greater than respecting someone's sense of their humanity, then we can maybe move forward, right? There's a total difference in being able to be like, okay, I misgendered, you, my bad, keep it moving. Don't make a big deal about it. And next time you see them, do the right thing, right? Or what I would tell people is like, if you can't get their they, them down, or you can't remember their pronouns because you visually can't get it together, just call them by their name. That's their name. And it might be cumbersome to be like, hey, Justina, yes, I saw Justina walk across the street. Oh, yeah, Justina went over there, and then Justina came back. I don't know. Well, I don't know what Justina is doing because I have to use Justina's name each and every time, right? And we're just taught in English language to use pronouns because we lazy. Not necessarily because, right? I mean, it's the same thing with God. God is he, she, they to me. Right? But for some people, they can't get away from God being only he. So I just wanted to just put that out there as somebody that has trained across the Commonwealth with Side by Side to help folks understand the use of pronouns and why it is not necessarily about you, but it's about respecting the humanity of the other person.
I love that. I love that. And then there was one more, and someone asked, what is cisgender?
What is
like if someone says cisgender, what is cisgender?
So cisgender is when you are born in the the sex that you were born in. So when the doctor said male or female, and you still identify as male or female. Cis is the Latin word for same, and so the word cisgender was created to counter transgender because trans is us transitioning or changing.
Okay.
So cis is Latin for the same, so cisgender, meaning that Chelsea, you were born a woman, and you still identify as a woman.
So I'm cisgender.
Yes.
Okay, me.
That was
okay, myself. Okay, myself. All right. Well, did anyone in the comments have any questions? So, Levi Rose said, totally understanding and accepting folks outside of the gender binary is beneficial for everyone. And of course, there's a whole lot of amens, and that's it. Okay. I love a cosign now. Nothing like a good cosign. Now, someone did ask if links and information for today's virtual town hall will be provided. And of course, all of these resources will be available to you on iPower 921's website, which is iPowerRichmond.com. And a lot of information has been shared this evening. But if each of you could leave our audience with one thing, what would it be? Let's start with Zakia.
I knew you was gonna go to me first. You gave me a hot second to think about that.
Did you need us to come back to you?
No, I'm good at being put on the spot. I would like to speak to my African American community and specifically in regards to my trans sisters, specifically brown and black trans people. We're being killed at disproportionate rates. I need y'all to have a little more grace and understanding to the black churches. Stop preaching that we're an abomination because that narrative that you are spewing out of the church is creating hate. And black men who love trans women are afraid to love us because of who they are, and because of that stigma, they are killing my sisters. So let people be free to love who they want to love, and you only have one life to live, so live it the best way that you can be. And in all things, be safe, wrap it up, get tested, and know your status.
Yes. Once again, giving us good cheekbones, hair, and collarbone. I mean, come on now. The wrap up is what did it for me, honey. Okay, this year right here. Natasha, what would you leave the audience with today? One thing you could leave.
I guess that, don't nothing shake without movement, right? So keep protesting, stay out in these streets and get in these legislators' ears. Use these organizations and use your power. Use your power and get the change that you deserve and that you are seeking.
And hashtag trickle up.
Hashtag trickle up.
You gotta do that when you say it.
Hashtag trickle up.
Trickle up.
And when you said nothing shakes without movement, I would like to think that's a double entendre because the first thing I wanted to do was this.
Me too. I was like, oh, I don't think that's what she means.
But I was going there? Are we going there? Yes. Justina, your last word?
My last words is going to be what I started with. Ask you what they need. Get to know young folks. I think it's important that we prioritize them.
Awesome. And Reverend Lefay, my girl.
In this moment, I leave you all with this. The words of Lucille Clifton, that you will celebrate with us, celebrate the fullness of our identities, celebrate us being fully Black, celebrate us being fully lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, non-binary, intersex, asexual, and pansexual, and all of the plus. Celebrate with us that our lives matter, that this moment matters, and that standing in solidarity with us matters. Celebrate with us that our pride runs far beyond rainbow capitalism and goes deep to the depth of our Blackness and the fullness of our identity and our connection to our community. Celebrate with us that each day something has tried to kill us and has failed.
Yes. Well, I guess my final word is going to be thank you. Thank you to our panel. Honestly, I'm extremely thankful for this opportunity to speak with all of you. Like I said, I was excited. The first thing when Ray told me about, I would love to moderate this panel, is I was like, I'm a little bit intimidated because although I am married to a woman, I don't want to say the wrong thing. You know what I mean? I don't want to say the wrong thing. This was an opportunity for me to learn, just as everyone that's checking into the town hall. So I want to thank all of you for your grace and mercy with me. And sharing your knowledge, your experience has been amazing. I think that this was an epic way to end Pride Month, but Pride Month never ends. And
Black Pride Month
always
starts on July 1st.
Come on now.
Even get it.
I'ma just say that.
But we still proud.
Okay. Just like I'm Black 365, you know the rest. Okay. So I want to thank the panel once again, Black RVA, Black Pride RVA, Side by Side Virginia, Nations Foundation, Richmond LGBTQ Chamber. And I want to thank all the viewers that checked in, asked questions, and really wanted to unite and love. And love. And in the words of my grandmother, I'm going to sign off with her famous words. Choose joy. Come on. Choose joy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.